Oh yeah, that's right. We're streaming today. That's a thing we're doing, isn't it? Isn't it? Is this not why you are here? Are you not entertained? Hopefully you will be. Is that the most overdone line? Like, ever? I feel like that's been used in virtually everything that's trying to be funny. I was watching Mythic Quest, the Rob McElhenney show on Apple TV, and they used it, and I was like, Jesus, that's a dated reference. Like, holy crap, you guys. Oh, man. Speaking of overused, Hamburg Tack coming in with the resubscription. I mean, by now, Hamburg, like, what is this? 12 months? You've resubbed 12 times. You've got to get new material. You've got 12 times. That's too many times. It's not too many times. That is a bad joke. Hamburg, thank you so much for the resubscription, man. Finally got to that 12, and I think that bumps you up. Yeah, you get the blue. You get the blue Thunderhead. See, yeah, that might be a little counterproductive. I feel like on one of those videos that like Harris Heller does, where he's telling you like, how do you start streaming? How do you get good at streaming? How do you talk to people? How do you do all this stuff? Somewhere in there, and maybe I should send a note to him. Don't berate your viewers for subscribing or for following. Like, don't directly insult them for supporting you. I'm gonna put this on the list. This needs to go into a video at some point. And speaking of new follows, thank you so much. Got myself a little coffee to get started today. We got a couple follows while we were offline. I don't always mention those. These ones just came in a couple of hours ago, though, from Canadian Cyrus and Elder Nay Sala. I don't know if you folks are in right now, but if you are, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're gonna have a mug of coffee, you know? We're gonna talk for a minute about what we're doing. I'm gonna organize my desk a little bit, and we're gonna get going. I have some BattleTech figures to build today, and this is exciting for me. This is the first time I'm really willing to show them off. I think they still need a couple just little tweaks to get them right where I want them. But this is the Trebuchet. We need another name. I'm gonna call it the... What's another good... I could call it the... You know what? Let's vote. Let's vote on this, chat. Hang on. I'm gonna put something up. I wanna try something real quick. Bear with me. I don't think I've ever done this. But I know I have the option to do it. I can create a poll. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be a real Twitch streamer. I'm gonna use the features. All the features. You guys ready? This is gonna be a good one. Just bear with me. Bear with me. What's another good one? What's another good one? Mangonel, Ballista. What's another good name for a type of siege warfare equipment? I mean, Arbalest I think kind of works, though that's more man-portable. I got Mangonel, I got Ballista, I got Arbalest. What's another one? Something Roman would... Well, if you go Roman, though, I think you get Mangonel and, like, Scorpion, which is not really that. I can do Scorpion. I'll put that up as an option. Arquebus. I think that's just a gun, though. Like an Arbalest is... Wait, do I know what an Arbalest is, or have I just been using that word? Onager. Ooh, that is a good one. I like Onager. I'm gonna put that one in instead of Scorpion. Alright, I'm gonna put up 5 options. I'm gonna leave this up for 10 minutes. You guys are gonna decide what we're gonna call this guy, alright? Boom, let's do it. We're using our Twitch features, ladies and gentlemen. Is not actually to square... Almost... Here's the thing. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of mechs in BattleTech. And all we need to do is call it anything other than trebuchet. That's it. We can call it something that another mech is called, because it's not reasonably a proxy for that. I'm gonna edit this part out of my VOD for legal purposes. Tranche bouquet! Yeehaw! I think literally all of those are already Battletech Designs Kursala, but this is like, here's the thing, there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. Onager, there is an Onager, it's a clan mech. There's a Ballista, there's fucking everything, so I'm not worried about that, really. They've just pulled so many names out of a hat that you can't fucking throw a goddamn LRM without tripping over a already chosen Battletech name, as long as it's anything other than that. It's only a trebuchet if it comes from the tribute portion of France. Otherwise, it's just a sparkling white rock arm. The yeet bucket. I do like the way you think to square. And Kursala, thank you so much for that resub. Should make a yeoman and call it the Huacha. I don't get that joke. Should I? Is that joke too smart for me? Are most jokes too smart for me? I mean, it's possible. How is everybody doing today, folks? Make sure you get in your vote, because you are going to decide, and I will have no choice but to go with your decision. I certainly won't just completely ignore the poll and pick something else. No, I probably won't, because I like all those names and I can't pick between them, so please help me decide. But whatever we're going to call it, we're going to be building a few of them today. I have 3 of them printed out. You'll get to see how I have divided up my my multi-pose parts. I'm pretty excited about this, because you can actually do a lot of poses with the way I have parted this out. I'm going to scoot it off to the side a little bit here for a second while I prep the rest of my painting stuff. We are going to be getting started on a Forgeworld Sanguinius figure that I am painting for my bro Hethrir, and I'm doing it. I know I'm always like, I don't pay 40k on the stream, they're protesting. I know. And I am, and I don't really do like 40k on this stream for the most part. This is a gift for a friend. He's wanted me to paint it for him for a while. So I want to get to it. I want to get it painted for him. He's coming over at the end of the month. We're gonna play some games. I want to be able to give him the mini. He has given so much to me. It is literally the least I can do. I actually have multiple projects I was supposed to give him, but I haven't yet. So I'm looking to finish one of them. For the love of God. He was like, hey, can you paint this mini for me? I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll do that. Let me start a business and do a million other things first. Just real quick, don't worry about it. I'm a terrible friend. Just the worst. And yet, he still sticks around. I don't know what that says about either of us. It might be good. It might be. It could be. You can't prove that it's not. So, you know. Shut up. How's everybody doing today? What are we working on? Anybody got any particularly fun projects in the pipeline? I don't know if a lot of these parts are even going to show up very good on the camera until I get them primed. It might just look like me assembling blank pieces of gray plastic. There's something about the ceramic gray resin, the UV reactive resin, something about it just absorbs light and turns into a blur no matter how you photograph it, it seems like. Hwacha is a Korean siege engine that uses fireworks. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that would be very uncomfortable having like a bunch of M80s just lobbed right into your lap. The first step is admitting it. Project Dark Fox's energy pool is depleted. Well, PDF, the good news is that we've got something on stream today that is your design, that is your work, that has finally come to fruition, so I'm excited to show it off. I have a couple of tiny pieces that are part of this build, specifically the elbow joints. Thankfully, you only need 2 of them per figure. And, you know, assuming that this does well, this is going to be sort of the paradigm upon which future mechs in this line are built. This one took a lot more development time because I was figuring out how do I want to do the multi-pose, where do I want the joints to be, where do I want the rotation points to, and I think it's worked out pretty well. And we'll be showing it off here in a few. Peanut butter banana bread. Oh, that sounds fucking good. Like, really good. Like, as soon as I said it out loud, I immediately wanted it. Mango cheesecake. That does not sound as good. That sounds awful. I don't want mango cheesecake. Actually, hang on. Let me think about that for a second. Now, cheesecake is like really, if you get like a good cheesecake, so it's like really rich, you know, because then the mango, that kind of tartness that you get to the mango would sort of cut the richness of the cheesecake. If you included mango with cheesecake, you could potentially eat more cheesecake without getting sick, at least immediately. Maybe we're onto something here. Mango cheesecake, welcome in. Trying to figure out how to paint white mechs medium quality. One of my favorite things to do, Colonel Matthew Steiner, depending on what you have access to, depending on what tools you want to use, I've had really, really good luck painting white mechs. Prime them black, obviously, and then do about 2 zenithal passes, one going out to 45 degrees and one sticking up real high around like 80 degrees. Do that in a dark blue-gray, and then a medium blue-gray, and then dry brush white straight down. Just straight down over the mech. You can get some fucking amazing results if you use a good soft makeup brush. That's how I did all my Comstar. And we're gonna be doing probably some more of that here in the near future. I can't have the mango. I can't. Why not, Anthro Andrew? What do you like, the fucking the Mango King? The Mango Gatekeeper over here? How you doing, Anthro? I guess of those two names, Andrew would actually be a better moniker to call somebody by. But my brain went right to Anthro. I don't know why. Sewer Creature, it's a pleasure to have you, whether you can stick around or not. I just appreciate seeing you stopping in and chat, my friend. One more time. Yeah, Prime Black, 45 degrees zenithal with like a dark blue-gray. And then an 80 degrees zenithal with a medium blue-gray. And then just dry brush pure white, kind of straight down. Like only... Like, you're gonna move your arm both ways, obviously, but only contact the mini when you're on the downstroke. And use a good, soft makeup brush. And practice it a few times. Leave some good, deep, blue-gray shadows in the places where, like, 2 plates come together. In a... what would that be? It wouldn't be convex or concave. What's the name for this sort of shape? Would this be... This is acute, so this would be like an obtuse internal angle? That's where you want to do it. Poll closes in like 2 minutes. I can only set it for 10 minutes. So guys, if you want to get in your vote for what we are going to call this mech that sprung from my vague notions and then Project Dark Fox's amazingly talented artistic mind, I don't hate any of those choices. I like all those choices. That is going to wind up being the official name when we manage to get it up, and we'll be showing it off here in just a few minutes. It was an old SNL sketch. Wow, was it really? I don't think I've ever seen that one. I'm usually pretty good with old SNL sketches, but I admit, Andrew, there is a point past which I'm like, I lose it. We get back to like the Chevy Chase, John Candy, Rick Moranis era, and I start to lose it. Though I have watched a lot of Second City TV, weirdly, if we're getting into John Candy and Rick Moranis. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Wait. No, that's a Chris Kattan sketch. That's a fucking Chris Kattan sketch. Mango. Damn it. Okay, I got it now. It took me a second. I was like, hang on. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that is precisely my era of SNL. The Will Ferrell, Chris Kattan era. The late David Spade era. That's when I was really watching SNL. Fuck, I'm old. Do people still watch Saturday Night Live? Is it like still a thing? It used to be a big deal. I don't know that it is so much anymore. Yeah, that poll's gonna be closing any minute, guys, so go ahead and get your votes in. Alright, let me finish rearranging my desk here so we can get started. Oh my god, okay, so I've been speed painting all that hex tech stuff. Really glad I've been doing that project. I have so much clear desk space right now. You can actually see some of it back here. Like, this isn't completely covered in shit. There is a loose assortment of shit. And it's all stuff I want to be there. But it's not old backlog shit anymore, and it feels amazing. Ooh, I want to show off also, I redid a lot of people have liked my derelict Dugram that I did, the broken down Shadowhawk. I redid it. I added a number of details, I changed the shape of the gun, and I redid the cockpit. I'm going to show this off a little bit. We have a tie, Mangonel versus Onager. I kind of like Mangonel. If it's going to be a 50-50 pick between Mangonel and Onager, which we got 5 votes for each, if I'm putting my thumb on the scale, I'm leaning towards Mangonel. I'll dwell on this for a little bit. That's actually a good idea. That's actually a good idea, Chrysala. Let's go ahead and do that. Ooh, I can report my own poll. That's a helpful feature. Alright. Let's set this up. Boom, start it up. It is down to Mangonel and Onager, so guys, get your votes in, and we will have the final decision on what this mech is going to be called. Romeo Void, welcome in. Good to see ya. Also, Roland, call it the onanism. Call it the onagatang. Manganager. I kind of like that one. Yeah. Manganager is not bad. I'm not gonna fucking call it that, though. My desk looks like the house from Texas Chainsaw. Oh my god. Yeah, Andrew, we're gonna do a runoff. Onager is the name of a Dark Age. Yeah, Mangonel is also the name of a mech, though. So that's what I'm saying, Colonel Matthew Steiner. Like, I looked all these up. I was like, which of these is not already a Battletech mech? They're all Battletech mechs. Everything except Besieger was Battletech. So I'm like, you know what? It doesn't fucking matter. There's like 600 Battletech designs or something stupid like that. So I'm not gonna worry about it. They've picked all the obvious phrases already. So as long as it's not the one that it proxies the best to, it's not gonna matter. Angry Mango. That'd be like Angango. Mangry. These are not good portmanteaus. I don't think Armiger is... What is an Armiger? I'm not talking about 40k Armiger. I know what that is, a Knight Armiger. But what does Armiger actually mean? What does it refer to? I'm not familiar with that. No, Romeo, for the love of God. We should call it, we need more missiles, Bob. How you doing, Time Stop? It's good to see you. I would call it that if my excitement for the Trebuchet didn't often come from the fact that it's a little light mech with 3 fucking medium lasers that people don't pay that much attention to once it gets close, which is their mistake. Why does it sound like something out of Rocky and Bullwinkle? I couldn't possibly answer that shit. It doesn't sound like that to me. Maybe we had different experiences with Rocky and Bullwinkle. Armiger, one who bears arms. See, that might be a better title for the not Centurion we're gonna do. Like, I could see that one coming down to, like, Armiger or, Kentark. I think Kentark would actually be a good name for that. Because Kentarks were the Byzantine Centurions. And I don't know that Kentark has been used by Battletech at all. Oh yeah, no, if this latest build, so I've done one build already, and I built these little guys, and I was like, hey, these look pretty cool, and I'll show these to you here in a second. And these came out pretty nice. They weren't quite what I wanted. They had a couple little mechanical issues, so I redid them, and I'm going to be doing assembly on those tonight on the stream. We're going to dive right into that. And then based on that, I might make 1 or 2 more tiny tweaks to get the final version, and then this is going to become available through Steel Warrior Studios. I've been talking with Alex about how we're going to distribute it, and I had a thought of, like, I see what other people are doing, and maybe it's smart to just sell prints of the mech, but honestly, I think we'll probably sell the STLs, too. You know, the trick with selling STLs is you can only sell them the one time, and it's like, boom, it's out there, they got it, it's done. But I'm not that greedy. I want this to be available to people, and part of the reason that I did it in all these parts with all these mods is I love 3D printing, and I want you guys to be able to be like, oh, well, I need to print up another arm real quick, and you just bing, bang, boom, get it done, and do a bunch of poses. If I'm doing multi-pose like this, you should be able to do a bunch of poses. So, yeah, we're going to be making them available here pretty soon. Pawn Burn, 20 months at Tier 3. Can I get away with pretending like I didn't notice it was Tier 3 again? Like, oh my god, how have I never said anything about that, even though I've done that like 3 times? Do you think people will buy it? Or is my material getting a little old? Maybe it's a little dated. I don't know. Depends on if Pawn Burn thinks it's funny or not. Howdy, and how about the German for Centurion, Lisha? That's not bad. Actually, I'll probably roll those into another poll when we get that one done, Pawn Burn. I've been talking with Project Dark Fox about where we're taking this. It's looking like we're going to have the Centurion proxy, a Commando proxy. Not sure where we're going after that or how far it's going to go, but I think we were talking about maybe doing a Firestarter or a Hermes the next time. I'm not a polyglot. Well, I mean, technically I am, but not for German Pawn Burn. I feel like, yeah, I might have I missed the joke. I'm a Germanophile, but that doesn't mean I ever learned the fucking language. I didn't. I learned the German phrases that sound funny, and that's about it. Oh, it's funny because it sucks. Oh, my ignorance ruined the joke, Pawn Burn. I'm so sorry. The only multi-part mech kits I can find are from Eastern Europe. What? Metalcore Collectibles does multi-part mech kits. You know, Colonel Matthew Steiner. By the way. Oh, I just drilled coffee. I'm so sorry. That was terrible. By the way, you can hit ! Metalcore in chat to get a link to that site anytime. Let me clean this up. Make a fucking mess out of my painting area. This is disgusting. But Germans are known for being funny. Oh, that's another joke right there, Hamburg Tag. Germans are known for their sense of humor. Germans are known for finding the weirdest shit on Earth funny. They're known for having a word that means taking pleasure from the pain of others. I mean, don't get me wrong, I do appreciate the German sense of humor, I just recognize that it's fucking bizarre. I always think of that first bit of back when Sacha Baron Cohen was relatively unknown and he was doing, you know, Borat on the Ali G show. He has this one bit that he does where he takes a class on being charming and telling jokes, and he's like, oh, I tell you a joke from Kazakhstan. He's like, and of course, so the joke that he tells is there is a chair, and the chair it is walking down the street on the 2 legs, because it has the legs and it has shoes. The legs are in shoes and the chair is walking, yes? And she's like, uh-huh, yeah? He's like, it's walking, the chair is walking. Like, oh my god. And yet, this is a very German joke. Hey, get your votes in. Decide between Mangonel and Onager for the name of this new mech that we're going to be doing. Alright, let me move this out of the way here. Get my oil palette down here, because we're going to be doing a little bit of oil painting today. In fact, the first thing I'm going to do is lay down my pre-glaze on Sanguinius before we start doing some mech building. Have my acrylic palette, that's ready to go. I can move my airbrush out of the way because I'm not going to be using it. So much stuff. So much stuff. It just feels so nice to have so much of it off my damn desk. Why do I have my calipers over here? They don't belong over here. Alright. acrylic palette ready to go, oil palette ready to go. I'll pull up my paints in a minute. I've got all my brushes. The bare essentials, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and get started. What do you say? Oh, that's dark rolling. That's real dark. Literally just moved my mouse. There it is. Deselect that. Well, let me go ahead and show this real quick, since I've got it out, and all I'm really going to be doing today is showing it. So here is the original broken down Shadowhawk / Dougram that I did. This is one of the first... This was the reason I started making mechs, is because I wanted to have this. So I was like, well, I just need to build the Dougram. I just need to make it so that I can do this pose, which is from the original anime Fang of the Sun Dougram. If you watch the anime, this is actually the first time you see it. It has a really cool start where a woman is walking in the desert, remembering past times, and ooh, Onager. Onager won with 61%, so that is what we are going to wind up calling it. Well, thank you guys so much for getting your votes in. I appreciate me being able to just push all of my decision making and responsibility for it off onto other people. I really that's probably the best thing about being a streamer sometimes. So this is the original one that I did. It's not strictly accurate to the anime. I made some changes to it, and I found it easier to do the little top hatch, to have that open, even though it's not how it is in the anime. So I have gone back and I've redone it. I enhanced a few of the details. I changed this orientation to the base slightly. I redid the cannon to be more accurate to the anime. This is actually what it looks like in there. And as you can see, the cockpit on this one hinges forward and open, like it does again in that first episode. Yeah, Oprah Smash. I don't know how familiar you are with BattleTech or its history, but a handful of the original designs for BattleTech were... everybody knows that some of them were purchased from like Macross and Crusher Joe, and the other anime that they were purchased from was Fang of the Sun Dougram, specifically the Shadowhawk, Griffin, Wolverine, Battlemaster, Thunderbolt. Miss one? No, that's it. Oh, and also the Scorpion and the Goliath were all designs that originated in Fang of the Sun Dougram. A fucking excellent show, by the way. If you enjoy real robot-style anime, all 75 episodes are up on YouTube, and they are totally worth watching. But yeah, I've done this. And Gus Schultz wanted me to send him a couple of these, which is why I actually did the redesign, so I'm really excited to see what he does with them. He wanted me to send him one to paint in a style that I want, and as he said, and as payment for me doing that paint job, you have to send me another one. So I'm like, okay. So I'm gonna be sending these off to him, and I'll be pretty excited to see what he does with them. Also, I should probably paint one myself. Since I made it and all. It's great, Oprah Smash. As long as you can stomach the fact that it was made in 1981. It's dated, but it's still one of the best written, like, war anime I've ever seen. If you give a shit about things like small unit tactics and a fair amount of plausibility in your mecha, it's one of the most plausible ones I've ever seen. They spend a lot of time dealing with things like the nature of a revolutionary war, the politics of it, the economics of it, the logistics of operating robots. Like, it gets into the weeds a little bit. They are, significantly, Kursala. Well, okay, about 6 years. About 6 years older than I am. I guess you could call that significant, if you felt like it. Now I have got 3 leg poses for what we are now calling the Onager. So I'm going to be doing 3 different poses today. Now the idea is that you have the leg poses, which are static, and then you can build the torso and arms however you want on top. So I've got one version that's just sort of striding forward at a good clip. And the nice thing about this being 3D printed and these files going out is if you want to get more diversity, you can take this and just mirror it, and then he's stepping forward with his other foot, and it gives you a nice diversity on the battlefield. So we got that set. We have the lunging leg set, which is just lunging heavily to one side, which again, you can go ahead and mirror that to have him lunging to the left instead of to the right. And then we have sort of a straight-up braced stance, which there is one part that I want to go with these legs that is not done yet, which is a missile box that has some missiles arcing out of it. That's going to be the last piece that I add to this kit before its release. You're funny. You're funny, Kursala. Oh, and I did the rude hand, because this is a thing. Metalcore Collectibles, I have you to thank for this. This is just something that I'm doing from now on. One of the multiple hand options is this little guy, who is just, he's being very rude. These new hand designs are some of my favorite things that I've done as part of this kit. Comes with 4 hand designs now. I'll pick 3 of them to use, but there's the basic, just sort of clenched fist, which is real simple. I have what I'm calling the grasping hand, which has the wrist tilted back, and the fingers arranged such that it looks like it's reaching out to grasp or bracing against something. And then I have the relaxed hand option, which is just sort of like hanging at your side, fingers slightly curled, but mostly relaxed, not clenched. And between these, you have quite a few build options. Also, there's 2 options for the leftmost LRM, but we're going to go over those as we build it. I'm just scooting these parts out of the way. We're going to lay down our base coat on Sanguinius to get us started today with some oil paints. And then I'm going to let that sit for a little while, and then sponge it off and start doing a little bit more work. I'm using my little 3D printed oil palette that I'm so happy with that magnetizes down so you can just sort of press in from the bottom and pop off your paper and throw it away when you're done. I need to reprint another lid. This one isn't quite tall enough. You can see it got some paint smeared on the inside of it. Hey, how you doing today, Hanatic Mom? Good to see you. The mech with sawed-off graffitied on the cockpit and the double bird flipping hand. You could do that with this guy if you wanted to. With the way the arms are built, you could put him in that brace pose and just do the double bird. Now, of course, since it is the basic trebuchet doesn't have a hand on his left arm, but I'm really pretty happy with how this dual MLAS came together. I think it looks really neat. Finally printed off some 6mm stuff. Shit's tiny as fuck. Yeah, and this is part of the trick of designing for 6mm, like, particularly when you're designing something as small as, this is like even a relatively small mech, but like, when you're in a 3D designer, there's the temptation to put more and more and more and more detail. Stop and print it out every now and then. Spend a little bit of resin, spend a little bit of plastic to find out what it's actually going to look like, because there's a point of diminishing returns on detail. There is a point past which you're adding things that aren't going to show up or aren't going to look good anyway. It takes a different eye to design for 6mm, and I mean, Metalcore Collectibles and Ion Raptor both have an amazing eye for designing in this scale. That latest, what's it called, Oxen from UMCC? That shit looks fucking awesome, dude. I love that truck. I'm gonna need a few of those. Hey, what's up, Asbury? How you doing? Also, welcome in, Pixel Gent. Good to see you. What did you print, out of curiosity? Oh my god, Juston TSB, welcome in, Raiders. How's everybody doing today? I'll give him a minute to get through the commercial wall. Hey, there he is. How you doing, Juston? Wombat Combat, good to see ya. Noob Corpse, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. I'm just getting started over here. Laughing Goblin Studio, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. It is a pleasure to see all you fine people today. How was the stream? A four-legged crab walker mech. Is it a Goliath? Is it a Scorpion? I'm very curious which one you did, Pixelgen. Can we get a shout out, by the way? We probably need a couple for Just on TSB and also for the very talented Wombat Combat Prime, another streamer and painter. PSK Studio. Yeah. Get them raid emotes in, boys. Just got back from big Age of Sigmar weekend 3-0 in a tournament, but didn't win. Doesn't seem quite right. And more Path to Glory games today. The guns blazed and Macross Missile Massacres were the name of the game this weekend. I can think of worse games to play. What were you painting today, Justin? I didn't have a chance to stop in working on Imperial Fist bases. Dude, those Imperial Fist Outriders you've been working on, like, first of all, okay. Full disclosure. I fucking love the Imperial Fists. They're my favorite Loyalist chapter. I'm all about Rogel Dorn. I'm all about that bright, boisterous fucking paint job. I'm all about their doctrine of, you know, the best offense is a good defense. I fucking love the Imperial Fists, and those Outriders you're doing look so good. That is a better yellow than I have ever achieved on any of my attempts at Imperial Fists. Really, really great. Really great work. Ah, Prince Knucklehead. Okay, I got you, PSK. Yeah, that's a good thing to do early, because once people know you by a name, it kinda tends to stick. Bark Axe, speaking of talented streamers and painters, how you doing today, Bark Axe Minis? I have a fucking paint mixer. I need to remember to use it. I do most of the time. Alright. I'm gonna be laying in for a base coat on Sanguinius with some burnt umber today. I thought about doing burnt sienna, but I think I'm gonna lay that in as like a second layer in some areas. I really want this dark burnt umber color as my base. And I'm gonna thin this out a fair amount with some white spirits before I start. I have space over here for my oil paints to live somewhere permanently now, which is super nice. I want to pull out my hair assembling some Thunderwolf cavalry. That bad, huh? Don't pull out your hair. Just go, like, scream into a pillow. Do you guys have a ceremonial screaming pillow? Every good painter should have one. Just something into which you can unleash your boundless rage every now and then. So I'm thinning out this umber quite a lot because this is just what we're glazing with today. And we're going to be building our colors on top of this. And this is really just going to be for the armor. And actually, I may darken this slightly. Just a touch of ivory black. Thunderhead Studio Screen Pillow win. I gotta get one with my logo embroidered into it because I'm a giant marketing whore and I can't do anything if I'm not also advertising for myself. We know this. We know this. Papa Nurgle's the best, and I will not be accepting an alternative option at this time. I mean, Slaanesh is where it's at, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Hey, Avash, good to see you. We don't scream into the pillow. Whoever's day it is can add another day. So, oh, Barkax. Oh, Barkax. I knew I liked you for a reason, you fucking jabroni. He gets it. He gets it. We're going to real dark brown today. Colonel Matthew Steiner popping out one of those community subs. Going over to Orthane42. Colonel Matthew Steiner, thank you so much for the support. My friend, you are an absolute champion. Speaking of champions, is that Drax I see? Is that Drax I see? Drax, welcome in, my friend. How you doing? How are things? Guys, if you're not following Drax yet, I mean, how long have you been on Twitch? This man's an institution. He paints late at night. And I swear, like, I love watching Drax paint, because the dude is just like, he'll be talking about random, completely unrelated things, having a fairly interesting conversation with somebody, like, over voice, and he's just very casually busting out painting techniques that I'm like, I have to focus so much when I'm doing those. I can't. How does he do it? He is a prolific painter, so guys, go give Drax a follow. So talented. Alright, let's start laying in our pre-glaze here. Got your HPCs? HPCS? Help me out, Drax. I'm not keen with all the cool kid lingo. Gonna be stealing my white painting method. Oh no, but if you do it, then I can never do it. That's the rule of painting, right? Every technique belongs to one person, and if anybody else does it, you're not allowed to do it anymore. I feel like I read that someplace when I was first getting started. Oh, the Iwata Eclipse. Let me know how that is. I haven't used many Iwata airbrushes. I've got a good number of Badger brushes. I've got some from Posh, but I have not used any of the Iwata. I like the look of a lot of their accessories, particularly their little pistol grip one. I'll be curious to find out what your experience is with it, Drax. Thought you finished this guy. No, Drax, I I prepped it, I got it primed, and then I stopped working on it. So I'm fixing that today. We are fixing that today. Also, I wanted some more practice with oils before I laid into this guy and tried to do anything fancy. But I'm feeling pretty good right now, so I figure let's seize the initiative while we've got it, you know? Yeah, see, that's what I thought, Wombat. You say first, you call dibs. And according to the Finders Keepers Law of America, at that point, you have dibs. And I mean, who's gonna challenge that? That's crazy. That's crazy talk. I haven't painted anything 40k in months and months and months, Drax. I've been doing Battletech and Conquest and Warcaster and basically everything that isn't 40k. American law applies everywhere. They teach that like year one in American schools, Kursala. Come on. They're like, other countries have laws, but you know, just ignore them. Nobody really cares. I'm pretty excited for this, Justin. I'm trying to apply my mantra of just think less, paint more, just go with what looks okay, and keep moving, because I spent too much time recently worrying about the final quality of every piece that I was painting, and that resulted in me painting less, which, that's no good. Nobody wants that. Paint more. Unless, of course, it's bird law. Yeah, I'm not, you know, I know bird law, it's very complex. It's not the sort of thing I like to just throw advice around on. But you know, Barkax, you and I, we're men of the law. You know, we get after it. We jabberjaw, we go tit for tat, but at the end of the day, you know, you win some, I win some, and there's a mutual respect left over between us, am I right? If anyone's confused, I'm doing nothing but making references to a show. Like, that's it. That's the whole thing. But, I mean, honestly, if you're in this chat right now and you haven't seen It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia 3 or 4 times, I recommend you go watch it 3 or 4 times. Because it's kind of amazing. It is. Oh yes. Oh yes it is, PSK. It's a comedy show, and I strongly recommend it. It's been on for a shockingly long time for having won basically no awards ever. That which you have just torn apart with your teeth, that which your taste buds have savored, is human meat. Oh yeah, okay. Where'd you get the human meat from, Frank? I got a guy. Oh, you've got a guy. You've got a human meat guy. That is, of course, the amazing episode where Danny DeVito reprises his role as John Rambo. Who could forget that? Some of these spots I don't want to put anything down on because they're going to get details glued to them afterwards. This is one of the only models I'm going to bother doing sub-assemblies on, because like the wings and the sword I'd rather paint separately from the main body. The wings I'm going to go into some cool colors on. I'm going to go ahead and glaze in some blues and purples on these guys, I think. Yeah, Workaholics is pretty fucking amazing too. Workaholics has some real weak seasons in my opinion. But by the end of the show, they kind of bring it back around, they get back to their roots, they go back into the office, and it gets pretty funny again. It's like the further away that they got from being in the office, the less funny the show got. Though admittedly, there's still some pretty funny ones outside of it. Workaholics is a great show. Kyle Nevicek, who was, he's one of the big artistic influences, one of the writers, directors, and characters, for that matter, secondary characters in Workaholics, directs a lot of episodes of What We Do in the Shadows now, which I was not aware of until fairly recently, but What We Do in the Shadows is a pretty excellent show. Yeah, Carl. Yes, Kursala, and I have to say, I was concerned, because I love the movie What We Do in the Shadows by Taika Waititi and Jermaine Clement and all them. I love that movie, and I was like, oh god, what are they going to do with a show with it? It's all just going to be the same crap over and over, it's going to be lame, it's going to, you know, I did my usual edgelord thing, where I'm like, I'm not going to watch it, and then I watched it, and it's, if anything, it's better. If anything, it's better than the movie. Like, it's all the jokes from the movie, heavily refined. And the characters in it are fantastic. Hydrate and paint faster. Dr. Rhino coming in with some fresh demands for us. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, Colin Robinson. He's probably the best addition to the show. Drax. He's, yeah, the energy vampire. He just bores people and then siphons their fucking energy out of their bodies. He's amazing. I like the one where he gets into the fight with the internet troll and then goes to meet him and it turns out it's an actual, like, troll. Like a giant troll. What's her name, though? The actress who plays Nadja is probably my favorite part of the show. Nadja and then Nandor the Relentless. There's an episode where they summoned the souls of the vampires because when they were turned into vampires, their souls died and went wherever they're supposed to go because they're just walking corpses. And Nandor's soul comes back, but Nandor is like a several thousand-year-old Eastern European warlord a la Vlad the Impaler. I guess not several thousand, that would be like many hundreds of years. And, he speaks, you know, this Eastern European language, and Nandor's like, I haven't spoken that language in hundreds of years. I don't remember it. So he can't speak to him. He doesn't remember his native tongue, but that's all his soul speaks. I have, Lunchbox. I have actually seen Troll Hunters. Troll Hunter. That's the one where towards the end there's that giant mountain troll, right? I like that movie. God, when did I see that? That was a while ago now. Yeah, that was a surprisingly fun one, though. How you doing today, Dr. Rhino? It's good to see you, man. About to finish the second to last model for the Sisters Army. Hell yeah, man. Crossing those milestones right out. God, that Sisters Army you're working on, it's going to look so badass when it's completely done, man. It already looks great. It's just the culmination of a great core idea, and it's always, always awesome when those yield real results. Sumatha, welcome in, my friends. How you doing today, man? I'm just trying to make sure I get all the necessary parts and don't hit any parts I want to put another glaze on. We are just pre-glazing base tones and shadows right now. The majority of the gold, missed a couple small spots. I may go with something cool for the cat fur that he's wearing here, because this could be like a Space Panther or something, couldn't it? Like, you can do the gold and then do like a yellow lion's mane, or I could do like patterns like a cheetah or something like that, but I'm thinking like a purple blue, you know, like a Space Panther. Something that's gonna set off all the warm colors in his armor. I don't know. We'll see. I didn't know you were an oil man. I am on certain figures. I'm still learning how to do oil paints. I'm much more comfortable in acrylics, and I like acrylics for doing like army painting, but I enjoy continuing to learn how to do oils and pushing the techniques on the more ornate figures that I work on. You might be thinking of Steel Panther, Shock21. How you doing today, man? Heretic Scott, welcome in. Could we get a shout-out for the very talented Heretic Scott? And we already got one for Dr. Rhino, didn't we? I thought we did. I hope we did. Two streamers who you definitely should be following if you are not yet, ladies and gents. Up the rest of my umber on this dirt and this skull down here. Sorry I'm late, WJ. No, WJ's late. Somebody kick him out of chat. You know the rules. What the fuck are you talking about, WJ? Welcome in. We don't tolerate tardiness in our viewers, apparently. Hardest thing after priming a mini is waiting for it to dry. What are you priming with that takes a long time, noob, out of curiosity? I generally don't have to wait more than like 20 minutes. If I'm doing oil painting, I'll try to let it sit for at least an hour before I do anything. Army Painter rattle cans. Oh, does that take some time? I know a lot of people don't want to go up to an airbrush yet, and the $100 to $150 investment can be a little much to balk at when you're starting off, but getting an airbrush has changed the way that I prime minis, like fundamentally. I love having it specifically for priming. It makes it so easy. And you get better quality primers like Steinel Res and Vallejo. Pretty new to MIDI painting and stuff. Well, that's awesome, noob. So, because you mentioned that, I would go ahead and mention that we have a bit at the end of every stream called the Storm Report, which is an art review segment where you can share some of your pictures on the Discord, and we'll take a look at it here on the stream. It's for, like, if you want feedback, if you just want to show off, if you're like, I'm not sure what next step to take, or I'm just really happy with what I did, like, any reason, really, that you would like to share. I would love to see some of your work, particularly since you're new to the hobby, man. If you feel like sharing, it's real easy to do. Pop over there into the Thunderhead Studio Discord and go ahead and post those pictures up in the Storm Report channel. Welcome to the hobby. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. I can't promise my answers will be good, but I will give them as if they're good. I will speak very authoritatively, whether I'm an authority or not, which I think is part of my charm. A little bit of white spirits here to work with. Why don't I have a paper towel? There we go. You just go ahead and lurk away, PSK. It was a pleasure to have you in chat, my friend. And yeah, man, welcome. Welcome to the hobby, just in general. I hope you're having fun. Brush out a little bit here. Yeah, moving from rattle cans to airbrush primer is a good early step to take, in my opinion, if you're sure that you're going to continue with mini painting. I would never advise someone invest $100 into something they don't think they're going to continue using, but if you like mini painting, if you know you're going to continue doing it, airbrush primer is so much nicer. So much nicer. Be our guest, prime some models, paint the rest. You know what? No, I'm not. No! You can't make me sing, Dr. Rhino. That was subconscious. I had no control over it. Don't manipulate my brain.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
More and more and more. Alright, I'm going to pull out a couple of oils here that I'm looking to play with. Some phthalo blue. Oop, it's a little jammed up. Let me go ahead and clear that. Without blasting oil paint all over my desk, preferably. There we go. Probably be enough. I don't know why that one's as jammed up as it is. Probably because I need to mix it, yeah. Prussian blue, Prussian blue, phthalo green, little dioxazine purple. That should be good. Y'all get your fingers out of my brain. Just doing my mixing. Ooh, a guest judge at a Battletech mini painting contest, Colonel Matthew Steiner. I can't think of anybody I'd rather have judging. What contest? I mean, I don't judge anyone's kinks, Kursala. That's entirely up to you, man. We got some Prussian blue, we got some phthalo blue, we got some phthalo green here. Let's go ahead and get that out on the palette. A little bit of dioxazine purple. I have to thin a number of these to use them, but that's okay. What else? What do I want to base my red with? I'm going to need a little bit of Terra Rosa for the skin later. I guess basing in cadmium red and just deepening it a bit won't be a bad idea, but let me go ahead and start with these cool tones. Oh, that Prussian blue is good and dark. I like that. Dioxazine purple is a little bit of a bully, so I'm going to want to be sparing and careful with it, I think. That phthalo blue is just real vivid. Actually, I'm probably going to work up on top of French ultramarine with the phthalo blue, because it is whoo vivid. Holy moly. Alright. I think a touch of ivory black, just to keep my tone nice and dark. Not a lot, just a touch. Just a touch. All you need is a little bit. Oh, no. Oh, Dr. Rhino, that's a brainworm, dude. Even if I don't sing it, it's going to be stuck in my head. Why do you do these things to me? Did I wrong you in some way that I'm not aware of? Can I be aware of it, at least? I'd like to know how I wronged you so that I can enjoy the pain of it. I'm gonna add a touch of this black to kind of everything here, since I'm using these as bases. And ivory black just mixes so well with basically everything. I've been using lamp black for my actual black tones lately, and I think that's an improvement, but as far as darkening, you can't really go wrong with ivory. It mixes surprisingly well without desaturating. Alright, so I'm gonna pick almost at random here. Let's go with some green tones, kind of towards where the stone meets the base. I figure, I don't know, what is that? Moisture, moss, something. Something to add some interest down here and kind of work a little bit of that into the umber too. Hey, Smack Weasel, good to see you. Still working away on this mounted sorcerer, a big project, but I'm feeling good about it. Just replaced his mount's tongue with a flamethrower, so that's a thing. Well, that sounds like progress to me. Contest is for a Bat Rep Patreon. Interesting. Mix that into my shadows here. And we're really just trying to play with and be kind of creative with our colors today. Like I said, we're trying to think less, paint more. Think less, paint more. God, I love that phthalo green. It's so nice, isn't it? Is custard actually good, or have I been lied to for the past several years? Have people been telling you that it's bad? Because, I mean, it depends on the custard. There are bad custards out there, but a good custard? Oh, a nice flan? Oh my. Yeah, exactly. Depends on the custard. It's very rich. It's very, very rich. Someone hands you a big bowl of custard, maybe look at him twice and be like, you gonna cut that with something, boy? Maybe don't call him boy, that's rude. Could have done some warm shadows on this, but no. We got a lot of warmth toward the base and then on the model itself, so I think this is fine. Alright, let's go ahead and bounce our way up to French Ultramarine. Kind of do the rest of this. nice deep dark blue base. Should stain very nicely. Kickstarter has arrived. Smack Weasel, congratulations, man. Enjoy the many mechs of the CGL Kickstarter. What are you going to paint first? Because obviously you're going to paint all of them before you get any new minis, right? Like, that's the rule. That's how it goes. Gonna start on the elementals. Oh, a masochist, I see. Okay, alright. I guess if you're gonna hurt that much, you might as well choose to do it to yourself. I think Oprah calls that empowerment. Making sure I don't miss any spots on my way up from bottom to top here. Nothing more frustrating than realizing there's just some white showing through from your initial zenithal base coat. Finish your AOS army first. Hell yeah. I actually prefer painting epic /6mm. A true masochist. No, I can understand that. 6mm is often less demanding detail-wise, which can be a nice, relaxing experience as long as you don't obsess endlessly. Which, sometimes I don't obsess endlessly. Sometimes. That's awesome, though. Yeah, I'm glad to see people... Like, it's looking like the Kickstarter fulfillment is going to take a while, which I don't think really surprises anyone who's dealt with CGL before. I know Roland is kind of dealing with that right now, and I'm sorry about that, but, I mean, people are going to still be getting their models through, like, the end of Q1 2022 at this rate, so it's kind of like, you know, just sit back and wait. That's all there is to it. That's all there is for it. Holy moly, Vergaderung dropping that 20-month resub, Verg. Thank you so much, man. I'm about to start printing your rivers, by the way. And I wanted to dig into your brain a little bit on how you painted them, because I want to, as I was building my Hextech table last night, I realized I need, first of all, I need Vergaderung's trees printed out and painted, and I'm starting on that, and I need those rivers, because I could add so much more to my table with some river features to kind of work with. You did such a good job on those. Alright, that's coming together nicely. Now, I don't know if what I'm about to do is a good idea or not, but I am going to take this mixture of ivory black, dioxazine purple, and a touch of French ultramarine, and I'm going to base, I'm going to glaze, pre-glaze, the cat fur here, because I'm gonna do like a panther thing, right? I kind of lean into like a cartoonish purple color for that, right? Is this a terrible idea? I don't know, let's find out. Build it up in blues on top of this is what I'm thinking. This is the part where someone comes in and goes, actually, Sanguinius had the mantle of Galvathorax, which was a yellow tiger found on the death world of Thracaton 3. I'm sorry, was that utterly dismissive of 40k fans? I apologize. Brigadarung, too long, didn't read, I like your stuff, I'm printing some of it, bro. Actually, Sanguinius was allergic to Pampers. I could get into some fire team tonight. I'm down with that. What do you... Hold on. Somebody's talking about Conquest? Actually, it was Galvador 5. Oh, thank you, Beaky. I appreciate that. Oh, no. What, doesn't the Imperial Guard get cool-looking models like that? Because they get some pretty cool-looking models, to be fair. You just have to be into a different aesthetic than literally being angel men, which is sort of reserved for the Space Marines for the most part. Hang on. Avash said something here. Ivory black, for lack of a better description, is more saturated than lamp, but lamp is more neutral. Yeah, it's not as opaque. Ivory black, at least in the mixtures I'm using, I've found to be a lot more transparent, and that makes it mix better. Whereas lamp black is very opaque, which kind of means that if I just want something to be black, that's my default. I go right to that. When are we getting a Conquest paint stream? Oh, that's happening Tuesday, Avash. I've got Conquest to finish, and we're going to be doing that possibly Tuesday and Thursday. Colonel Matthew Steiner, I'm glad to hear that, because like I'm totally into 100 Kingdoms. It's my jam as far as Conquest factions go. I need to finish my Men-at-Arms, and then I'm going to be diving into my Mercenary Crossbowman. Gear Falcon, good to see you, man, on that 16-month streak with the resubs. Holy hell. Thank you so much for that resub, man. How you doing today? Got the best color, though, for Dorn. Justin, I like the cut of your jib, man. I want this base glaze to be just a little bit thinner. Just a little bit thinner. I'm really choosing my colors here mostly just based on what I think is going to pop the best as far as temperature contrast goes. I'm not really too worried about realism in my 40k painting I'm doing of a fucking angel man. Discord and the Conquest channel, you see what I've done so far. Yeah, Avash has been working hard. That Null Mage is coming together real well, man. I just got one of those myself I need to start working on. That makes sense, Kursala. Yeah, that density is what makes it really, really good as a as sort of an opaque base. Ooh, no, I don't want to do that. Hold on. Oh, this is kind of what I like about oils. I should be able to pull most of that out. So this would be the inside of a skin, right? So this should be more leathery, flesh-colored in here, and not the color of the fur. Just realized that as I started to put down my color. I'm going to go with something more like Terra Rosa in there and work it up to, you know, like the inside of a bearskin rug. Obviously, we all have those just lying around to reference. Like, who doesn't, right? Just go check the bearskin rug you obviously have in the next room. I'm with you on that one, Sewer Creature. Often, paints have different colors than other paints. I've heard good things about Mars Black. Gus Schultz, welcome in. Oh, dude, I've got your prints. I'm gonna get your address. because you asked, I went in and I've been meaning to do some updates to this file for a while, so I fixed it. I did the cockpit in the way that it's actually coming forward in the anime instead of opening from the top, and I redid the gun so it's more anime accurate. But I've got these ready for you. Please do. I'll get those fired off to you right quick. We're playing with some oil paints today. Having a good time figuring out what it is that we're doing. One step at a time here. That's all going to be the interior, so that gets another color. A lot of these colors are going to get blended together a little bit also when I go in to pull off my pre-glaze. I'm just not too worried about it. Just not too worried about it. That was going to happen anyway. Besides, if you're painting with oils and you're not blending, what are you doing? Like with your life, what are you doing? Yeah, that's part of why I want some Mars Black, is that warmth. Black is tricky because black doesn't, like, exist in a neutral sense. It has to either be warm or cool in its base pigments. And you can really mess yourself up if you start mixing with the wrong color sometimes. I found that Ivory has some cool tones deep down in it, but it blends well with warm or cool. I haven't had any issues either way. Which is nice, you know? I like a nice one-stop shop. It's just become my my darkening mix at this point. Missed a spot with my umber here. Getting there now. I should be worried. Oh, God. Oh, no. What does that even mean, Rodan? One of my paints is called Payne's Gray, and I swear it's cursed. Oh, I've got Payne's Gray right here. I like Payne's Gray. It's not the strongest, but when you're working up through cool grays, it's a nice mixer. Alright, what else do I want to do here? Let's do that Terra Rosa. Actually, as a base, I'm going to do Burnt Sienna and then work into Terra Rosa. Let's get some Sienna out here. Oh, unexpected. Oh, thank you for the reminder. Ah, there we go. And try Smurf Blue. That's a bit blue for Payne's Gray. Maybe put a touch of black in there, or use a... I never base with Payne's Gray. I always put Payne's Gray over top of something. But if you base with like a black, it'll stick to some nice cool gray tones. A bit of Burnt Sienna to the inside of the panther skin. Of course, I'm making a lot of assumptions using a reddish tone for the inside of the skin, like that this alien panther would have iron bonded to its hemoglobin. That's so anthropomorphist of me. So Earth-centric of me, really. Alright, that's a good start. I'm going to do a quick glaze on the wings. Pull up my reference for what I was going to do with those before I go any further. Oh, thank you very much for the reminder, Hamburg. Once I get this glaze in, I'm gonna go grab a beer, too. So I'm gonna start with my dioxazine purple and ivory black mix down towards the base of the wings here. And then I'm going to start with the purple in here, and then as I move out to the wingtips and out here, I'm going to move into blue. This will all be more apparent when I come in to remove the glaze, because it's going to start very, very dark. Sci-fi wet navy stuff, nice. We need more wet navy games out there. We need more naval games in general, even if they are void. Strato does really, really good work. I'm a little confused by his marketing sometimes, but the quality of his work is difficult to deny. Get these purples in. Let me just go ahead and smear some oil paint on the bottom of my paint handle. It's a great idea. Well done. This is one of the nice things about these epoxy paint handles. These are epoxy. From Thunderdome Drew is everything just wipes right off them. It is a good feature to have in a painting handle, I cannot deny. Hey, Valendar the Red, how you doing today, man? Welcome in. What are you up to, Valendar? I'll thin this a touch more. A little more white spirits, just to get up through here. Alright, now we are going to switch off to our Prussian blue, and we're going to move to Phthalo blue. This is really just establishing undertones here. Which I want them to be pretty much all cool colors for the sake of the wings. Waiting on 10 Town Guard figures, did to finish printing, then their bases, then to paint them up for the upcoming D&D campaign. Nice! After that, it's Orky time. Isn't that everybody's favorite time? one of my favorite times. Get this other wing. Come on, Prussian Blue. I know I've been using you a lot, but I don't want to put any more on the palette. Just blast me here. Let me thin you a bit more. You don't need to be terribly thick for what we're doing. In fact, the thinner you are for the glaze, kind of the better off you are. Been a brush licker since 1984. Yeah, if it's a habit you have, then oil painting can be a bit of a hazard, because you do not want to put this paint in your mouth by any stretch of the imagination. For the love of God. Do not eat the oil paints, people. They can be quite toxic. That is thankfully a habit that I never developed. With acrylics, it's just fine. It's water-based. You might get a little tang from some of the pigments, and then gotta move on. Alright, now, if I can go ahead and knock over the mini I'm painting, that's a brilliant idea. Move into our phthalo blue, which is a much more vivid blue, kind of out towards the wingtips is what I'm thinking for this. Ooh, it's so blue. I need to thin that some more, holy Christ. So blue. It's what I want, but it's just a little shocking when it first goes down, isn't it? Toxic just means digest it harder. Please, anyone who's in the stream, do not take medical advice from myself or literally anyone else in this stream at any point. I cannot vouch for your safety should you choose to do so. Sewer Creature and myself are not doctors, despite what you may believe, nor is Nanotanks. Please do not eat your oil paints. I have to say this. I don't have to say it, but I feel like it behooves me to do so. Telling me Dr. Rhino is not a medical doctor? Is he? I can't speak to Dr. Rhino's credentials. Just don't ever. You know what? Let's expand this. Let's make it more broad. Don't fucking take medical advice from literally anyone on Twitch, even if they say they're a doctor. Just don't do it. And while we're at it, just because it's relevant, don't take medical advice from YouTube either. Just cover our bases, why don't we? Or Facebook comment sections. For the love of God, Riot Sister, how are you doing today?
Hello there.
It is good to see you, Riot Sister. I hope you're having a good day.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
I'm gonna get it. You gonna get it. Wings are just, they're ridiculous. They're a nice sculpt, but they're fucking ridiculous. Holy moly, Rust Beamer 702. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Welcome to our experimental oily extravaganza for the day. Oil extravaganza? There's a portmanteau in there somewhere. I'm too lazy to find it, but it's in there. Don't see an off-topic / funny. There is under memery. I think it's called generally memery. That's pretty much our off-topic / bullshit channel. Don't take cues from the rest of my chatters who seem to think that every single channel is an off-topic bullshit channel. There's nothing I can do about that, apparently. Don't take notes from Sewer Creature, who is like, maybe I'll start a cult about a goat with hands. The Thunderhead Studio Discord is expressly not for the purposes of starting cults. Or if anybody's gonna start a cult, it's gonna be me, okay? Ran out of a color. What color, Ravash? Not like it really matters. Like, I'm not gonna be like, oh, I've got the color right here, let me send it over to you. I'm just curious. Down into the feather tips a little bit here. And a little bit toward the base. Why not? It's mostly purple. It could go for a little bit of blue, I think. Won't hurt anything. Oh, give this a check over. Make sure I didn't miss any obvious parts. Holy moly, hooty hoo! How you doing today, man? It's good to see ya. I missed a spot. Ah, shit. Oh, I guess I'm just gonna throw it out and start over. How you doing today, hooty hoo? It's good to see you, man. I haven't seen you in a while. Sour Implant. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the Storm Chasers, my friend. And thank you so much for that resub, hooty hoo. Means a lot. What's life without starting a cult? Cultless. I'm always reminded of that quote from The Office, from Creed. I've been a part of many cults, both as a leader and as a follower. You have more fun as a follower, but you make more money as a leader. Thank you so much for getting that shout out done. Working on a big project and nearly done. What you working on, Hootie? And for anyone who might be new to chat tonight, just remind everybody that we have a bit we do at the end of every stream known as the Storm Report, which is an art share segment that I encourage you to participate in. If you have anything you would like to share, you can jump into the Thunderhead Studio Discord. Go ahead and hop into the channel marked The Storm Report and post up to... it's 3 pictures tonight. It's normally 2 pictures, but 3 because we missed Thursday. Of anything you'd like to share. It doesn't have to be minis. It's often minis. But you could share...
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Not... Please don't show me your genitals. Not wieners.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. No wieners. Imagine the Ghostbusters symbol, you know, with the Buster sign, and behind it, there's a dick. Don't put those in the Storm Report. Thank you very much. Hootie, is this for your enhancing your VTube model? Because, man, I'd love to see that if you feel like posting it. God, I got the sniffles tonight. I'm so sorry about that. Oh, you mean Zoltan? Yeah, no, that was a solid cult, I gotta say. Shock. It's true, Hootie. I don't think we have much crossover. For as awesome a fucking streamer as you are, and for the fact that you've been on this stream before with your face, we all know what it looks like. No, we don't have that much crossover, so yeah, I think you could probably get away with it. If I make a pic representing the first rule, can I post it? That was a great visual. I don't know. I don't know if I want to... That's, I feel very hesitant about that one, Pez Motion. Very hesitant indeed. Let me get here. Hit a couple of these deep spots where I can see I missed. Man, this has been a long fucking time since I've watched Dude, Where's My Car? Thank you for bringing all that back in one big rush of nostalgia. Yeah, we might have to put that into one of our voting lists for movie night. We can have a month that's devoted to old fucking movies that I really haven't watched in a long time. Well, oh, that's most of them, actually. Because we keep watching stuff like Ghostbusters and Predator. Man, last movie night was a good one. A couple quick touch-ups. I need a little bit more burnt umber. So I can probably do burnt umber for this scroll too, because that's going to get built up in yellows and out to kind of a linen white, so that's fine. These are the only thing I'm not sure of. I'm thinking I'm going to do them in red, which makes me feel like maybe I'll just kind of leave them and worry about them when I do the rest of the red detailing, because he's going to have a number of red details on him. Because he's got like the Eye of Horus on his shoulders and shit. Okay. So, we have applied our basic pre-glaze to Sanguinius, his base, and his wings. I am not for the moment going to worry about the other two parts, which are his head and his sword. I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. I'm not going to worry about these two for now. I'm going to let these sit until I've done a lot of the rest of the model, but he has a sword and then his flowing locks of hair and his very aquiline, Romanesque features. They'll get some work later. Did enjoy the cult suits. Yeah, the bubble wrap. Space suits. And Gale the Snail being in that fucking movie, for that matter. Thank you, Sewer Creature. Clean my brush a little bit here, just so I'm not leaving a mess behind me. And we're gonna go do some assembly on some Battletech suits while I wait for this glaze to set. That is my plan. Transfer my oil palette out of the way. place where I won't stick my elbow in it. And for a pre-glaze, I think this is coming along nicely. Again, I don't see any major spots that I missed, which I think bodes well. We can always correct them later, even if I did. I think this is going to look good with all these blues and greens. Now, like, you can barely tell it right now, but once the pre-glaze comes off, a lot of this is going to pop out, and I'll be working all the armor up into a gold. But you can already kind of see the greens and the blues merging together down there. Yeah. Yeah, and I think these wings are going to look pretty cool. Obviously, a lot of this is going to be much, much paler. It's going to be coming out to a white, but these will be our sort of undercoat base tones, which will then be, you know, coming out and around the gold of the primary model. Sanguinius! Hooty hoo! Awesome, man. I'm looking forward to seeing it. You've done some pretty amazing work with that avatar, my friend. I'm going to take 1 second. I'm going to go grab myself a drink, stretch my legs, and we'll be right back, and we're going to start on some Battletech assembly on our, what are we calling it? We agreed on Onager. That's what we voted for this mech. I'm looking forward to this build because I'm pretty excited about the multi-pose parts. I will see you all in just a minute. Alright, let's do a little bit of building. I really do make a point of moving all my oil stuff away from my work area when I'm doing anything, because I'll just go with my elbow and then I've got fucking oil paint all over me. That is not a good time. An ass? Who's building an ass? Where are my hobby blades? Here's the one that I'm gonna need. A little bit of super glue to work with and we should be doing good. Wolves assembled! Have a great stream, Jabroni. Hey, thanks so much for being here, Barkax. You have a great night. Onager, Greek for wild ass. I mean, it does have a hell of an ass on it. Not this ass, but the rest of it that's hanging off the back, which we'll get to here in a bit. This was the name that we decided on. Since it can't be named after another prominent siege engine, we went with Onager. And I'm just going to score up some of my connection points here, because this is where our glue is going to go. This is a good way to do this, by the way, if you are gluing, if you're super gluing resin minis or metal minis or anything like that. Remember that glue is a mechanical process. Take a hobby blade and do some like cross hatch marks. Just scrape up the surface where it's going to connect. It'll give your glue something to hang on to. I mean, Valandar, it's not like we are a particularly mature stream otherwise. We're mature in the sense that you probably shouldn't let your 10-year-old kid just sit in this chat room, but other than that. It's not even that your 10-year-old kid wouldn't contribute the chat meaningfully, he probably would. We would just say bad things also. Hey, little cannibal girl. It has been some time. How are you? Welcome back. Yeah, that'd be our emotional age. If only that was our actual age, then we'd have something of an excuse, but not so much. So, the first one I'm going to build, I've got 3 leg poses here. The first one I'm going to build is going to be this one that's lunging. I have a pose in mind. Let's see how well we can replicate it. We'll start off with our torso here. Score up the inside of the connection point. Hey, Bitterbrush, welcome in. You get a shout out, by the way, for Bitterbrush? Pretty please. How you doing today, man? A lot better than I was last time. Bit of a homeless issue to deal with. I'm sorry to hear that. Streaming starting up again soon. It's been a hard couple of years for everybody, Cannibal. So I'm glad to hear that things are on the upswing for you to the point where you can start streaming again. And I've got the rest of my multi-pose parts here. There are a lot of little parts. A lot of them. So I'm going to come in and score up my connection points on the insides of the shoulders. Insides of the elbows here. You don't need a lot, just a couple little scratch marks does a lot to help the glue hold. If you do this process on resin minis and you've got a good amount of surface contact, your super glue joins can often be stronger than a lot of the narrower resin pieces. You can make it so it really won't come apart, unless you let it like freeze or something. Super glue does become very brittle when it gets cold. You might notice that if you have super glued models and you like leave them in your car or something over the winter, they can sort of pop apart. Went on a big hike to the state park. Nice! Yeah, I figured you went on the hike in the park as opposed to the park. I don't know the geography of where you live relative to the park, but that would seem to make more sense. Don't need any for the forearm pieces. Got both forearms. Now see, I'm picturing this guy lunging right, shoulder back, gun arm elevated, other arm down, probably open hand in the relaxed posture. So where's my relaxed hand? There it is. That's the hand we're going to go with. Save these other ones. His arm's going to be down so he doesn't... Okay, so here's something that is kind of cool on this. And I need to come up with a better way to demonstrate this, but he has an LRM slung off the back of his left shoulder. Now, there are two versions of the LRM that are in the kit. There's what I call the short linkage LRM, which is exactly what it sounds like, in that it has a short weapon linkage. Here is the slot on the back of the shoulder where the LRM goes in. Here is the short linkage. It's just this little round nub, and that fits right in there. And your LRM sits nice and flush with the back of the arm. So, okay. Now, what if you want to elevate the arm, like the bicep, to have his arm reaching forward, pointing his weapon, pointing his hand, flipping the bird, which is an option. We have our rude hand right here. He can be flipping a little bird to somebody if that's what you want him to be doing. So if you want to do that, the arm necessarily has to elevate, and if you have the short linkage LRM installed, you're quickly going to find that your LRM is pointing backwards and looks kind of silly. Like so. So the idea is that there is also the long linkage option. And that has this small connector piece, which I'm not going to lose. That goes in and it elevates upward like so. And then you take the long linkage LRM piece, which has a slot in it instead of that little nub, and you can connect this on and then rotate it so that it's facing more like so. Now you can rotate the arm all the way back like this and still have your LRM facing forward. Or alternatively, if you feel like having the LRM reaching up over the shoulder and facing forward, you can attach it like this, and it'll be kind of aiming over the shoulder. I'm pretty happy with this. I think this is a cool option. Gives you lots of posing options without looking goofy. There were definitely a lot of challenges to overcome when it comes to slinging an LRM off the back of the shoulder. The first time I raised the arm, I was like, well, now the LRM's pointing backwards. I don't want that. That's no good. But for this one, his arm is going to be kind of oriented downward, so I'm going to put on the short linkage LRM. And this is another reason that I'm thinking we're going to go ahead and make these available as files, is I can print out all these options and send them to you, and we will do that through Steel Warrior, but also you can just print yourself as many of these options as you want, you know? A little dab of super glue in there. And we'll take our short linkage LRM facing upward and just slot this right in. Like so. Dispense with those pieces. The other LRM attaches to a peg on the back of the torso here. You can see it just slots in right there. It has a little rotational ability to it, so you can face it up or you can face it forward a bit. On the next version of this file, I actually moved this back about 1/2 millimeter to give more flexibility. How you doing, Xander Shade? Welcome in. Trotsky, it's good to see you too, man. So I'm just going to go ahead and glue on the torso now because I've got a good idea of how I want it to sit. Put a couple dabs sort of around the radius of this little ball joint. I've got it scored up on the inside and out here, so I'm going to kind of seat this on here, rotate it around, get a good coating all across the inside. I'm going to keep this mostly level with the ground, and I'm just sort of orienting his right shoulder rather back. So I've got a pose in mind here, and I just want his right shoulder to be dropped back relative to his hips. Now, when you're doing poses like this, the best advice I can give for when you're coming up with a concept, honestly, is stand up in your room and start posing like you're a big dramatic robot. And then when you get to a pose where you're like, yeah, this feels right, this looks cool, like look at yourself in the mirror, get an idea for the pose that you're doing, and then look at your hips, look at your shoulders, look at where everything is relative on your body when you're doing humanoid models, because it can get subtle things like the orientation of the torso to the hips. You can kind of just refine it and make it look more natural and less awkward. Actually, I'm going to tilt his shoulder down a little bit in this direction. Towards his leading hip, because he's going to be facing this way. Not too much. It's easy to get a little extreme with it. I think that's about right. I'll let that glue set for a second. Score up some of my other pieces here. Those hips do not, in fact, lie. You're right, Avash. Well, you won't look cool for Gadarung posing and playing robot in your room, but the final model will look pretty cool.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Hang on a second. Being preemptive, I'll be contracted to do an army paint example for a game shop for 40k. Who has time to impart knowledge on me for this? Little Cannibal Girl, you can always ask in the Discord. We have a lot of people who do quite a lot of painting, including Katic Harmony has been doing batch painting for armies for his friendly local game shop for 40k. He might be a good guy to ask at this point. Welcome in, Waffles. Brown Hole Explorer. I always wanted to be an underground explorer. Oh my god, that alien looks just like my Aunt Sally. Aunt Sally, I brought you your medication. Oh my god! Nobody has any fucking idea what I'm talking about. I promise. I was playing Earth Defense Force 5 with Waffles and Chaotic earlier today, and that game is fucking ridiculous. Should have done this before I glued this, but that's okay. I'm just putting some score marks on my joint connectors. What's up, Amateur Paint Hour? How you doing? You mean the best game ever? Look, I think we all recognize hyperbole when we see it around here, Waffles. It's only every other statement. Alright, I got my shoulder joint here. Now, you can kind of dry fit your elbow and forearm pieces because of the way that they go together. The elbow is the tiniest part in the kit. It's this little circle and peg. And the circle goes right inside here, which gives the elbow a nice up and down motion, like so. And then the forearm pegs right in there. And then your hand option goes in the other end. careful because this is all dry fit right now. There we go. I think I'll go ahead and glue the elbow since I know I only want a slight, very slight torque to it. Put a little bit on either side, and then a little bit on the back. I don't want to do too much. There's, in fact, that is too much glue. I'm going to wipe a little bit of that off. You do not need much super glue, you just need good surface contact. So I'll put that elbow in there, and I'm just going to give it a slight flex, not much of one. Never mind. This, and then the hand should be oriented with the forearm, so I'm going to go ahead and glue the hand and the forearm together, and then I'll adjust the forearm as I glue the shoulder. Since I know I want the hand oriented with the rest of the forearm, I don't have to do a lot of tweaking. Working on the house, planning more painting. How's the GW product going? Oh, I got my pre-glaze setting on Sanguinius at the moment, Amateur Paint Hour. I'm going to be pulling this off here in just a few. And then painting it over the next few days. And some tonight. As usual, lots going on. Arguably too much. Nope, don't glue yourself to the plastic. Damn you, rubber glove! You son of a bitch. Really on there. Okay. A slight twist is fine. Dry fit the forearm onto the elbow.
Warning. Fingertips covered in superglue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
Oh yeah? Watch me. Alright, now let's fit the arm on here. I want to kind of reaching forward and out a little bit, but not too much. I think that's pretty good. I could have put more of a bend in the elbow, but we've already committed to this, so this is what we're doing. Rotate it out a little bit. You've got a lot of flexibility in how you pose these guys. Which is by design, believe it or not. Lord Hethrir with that resub. Year and a half of this nonsense, and that's all it took to get to the point of pre-glazing this guy. Can you believe that? Hethrir, how you doing tonight, man? Off for the night. Justin, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, man, and thank you so much for being here. You have a great night. I might shrink some of these joints a little bit. I don't know. We'll see how it all goes together. Go ahead, and the trick is to attach the pieces that can limit the motion of other pieces first, so that you don't, you know, mess up anything. So I'm going to put on my rear-mounted LRM before I put on the other arm. You have those Household Nighthead STLs? Yes, Avash. Ping me on a private message on Discord, and I'll send those right over to you, man. Alright, and then this arm, I want oriented outward and slightly up. So let me dry fit my forearm and elbow together and get a feeling for how much motion I need. simpler since there's no hand on the right arm. It's just this big old gun. And I know that I want that oriented up really high, so I can go ahead and do the elbow first. Not in Macross style, Xander Shade. That would have been the art of Shoji... What's the name of the artist from Macross? It's Shoji something. This would be in the art style of Kunio Okawara, who would be the artist from such properties as Fang of the Sun Dougram and the original Mobile Suit Gundam. Hey, Valfair, good to see you. Yeah, the similarities with the Gundam design should be fairly apparent. Alright, this is how I want the arm to be oriented, so I'm going to go ahead and dab some glue in here, and let's position it. As you can see, I'm going for a very dramatic and fairly Gundam-like pose on this guy, too. Let's go ahead and position the head. Quite a lot of posability range on these figures. But look how easy that was. And really, look at all the options you have with the way this model is broken up. And it's fairly easy to pose, particularly since you can just glue the legs down and then work on the rest of the pose kind of as you please. Looks like a guy in power armor. I vastly prefer these more anthropomorphic designs, Roland, particularly when we're talking about, you know, I know that I've said this to you before in Metalcore, I won't even pretend that my approach to multi-posability isn't based largely on yours, with a couple of tweaks for how I would prefer it. Like, I'm not even going to sit here and act like that's not the truth. It absolutely is. You can get many more poses out of Metalcore Collectibles figures. This is just like, and this is true of all the files that I make, this is just like how I want to do it, you know? It's always my personal preference. So since these are dry fitted on, we should go ahead and finish them. These are the last unglued portions. Go ahead and turn this, so he's kind of like turning the weapon a little bit too. I really like how this dual MLAS arm came out after I kind of enhanced it. It was a little stubby at first. I think it's better now. We've talked about a Whitworth to square. Whitworth is on the list of potentials, though I think if I'm putting my finger on the scale, I'd like Project Dark Fox to redesign the Hermes and the Hermes 2. And as I said, Roland, this is one of those designs where we had an artistic inspiration in mind, a very, very specific one, and as a result, it was never going to please everybody, but that wasn't the purpose behind it. If you're not a fan of the Kunio Okawara style designs, it's not gonna tickle your fancy. But if you are, well, then it just might. So what do you guys think of that? That wasn't a bad build, right? I think the pose came out pretty nice. I'll get some primer on this guy and probably give him a quick dry brush later tonight. And it made a number of improvements from this first run that I did, which this guy's posability was severely limited. You also notice his torso sits a lot higher on his pelvis than this other one does, but this is a huge improvement posability-wise. You have successfully created a Battletech Eyes Leo mobile suit. I can think of no greater compliment, Sumitha. Alright, now let me think. Stepping forward with my left leg. Thinking left arm. See, if I'm stepping forward with my left leg, then I'd be swinging my right arm forward. Left arm should be back, right arm should be aiming forward. I guess I could try doing something. Could I get his arm to cross his torso? I don't know if I can. I haven't actually tried that. The grip arm would work well for that, if the flexibility is there. Ooh, that seems like a tall order. I don't know. I might try that later. Because I'd have to rotate the shoulder inward and up, elbow up, and then rotate the forearm. But it would also be pretty cool if I cross both of them so that he's like bracing his gun arm with his other hand. That could be a pretty cool pose, right? If he drops his right shoulder backwards, then he can bring them both together in front of him. This is some interesting thinking. POV 42. 6 months, and what months they have been. How you doing today, POV? Alternate pose option would be left arm retracted to point the LRM forward at about 45 degrees. Yeah, that's sort of what I have in mind for this leg option, because he's more braced to fire. So I'm thinking for this one, bring both of the arms in with elbows tight and rotate the shoulders forward. You know? Well, it's good to see you, POV. I hope you're not too exhausted. Because here's the thing, if I could get this weapon arm pointing, the grip arm, the grip hand is such that the fingers, and I thought maybe I could do this when I was designing it, the fingers can actually go over the top of the weapon. And look like he's kind of bracing it, you see? And because the wrist is tilted, all I have to do is get the wrist to that point there. All I have to do, like it's just that easy. Even if I get it close. It's gonna be tricky, but I think maybe I can do it. Do that low ready in front of the torso. Oh yeah, if it's like coming across and he's kind of resting his arm on, that's not a bad idea. We can give that a try. I'm gonna do that. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna build that on the torso first and then orient it to the legs. I think that's gonna be the easiest way to do that. And then kind of build everything else around it. I mean, I could do this pose in, like, fusion first, but not everybody's going to have the benefit of that, and I'm kind of trying to test how easy this is to really work with. So I'm going to have it come in like that. Now let's go ahead and test out this angle here. Slot this elbow in. Try fit that to the bicep. And then just kind of test this assembly across the torso. Definitely want to rotate it up some to get it across. And tilt it inward. Ooh, it's going to be tricky. I don't know that it's impossible, but it's definitely going to be tricky. I guess the good thing is, since I can print as many of these as I want, I might as well just go for it, right? Since if it doesn't look good, I can always just print another one. So then the question is, can I get the hand that far? There's a little bit of play in the elbow. I can tweak it in without breaking anything. How about this pose? Let's see. What do you got? What do you got for me? Ooh, I like that. I like the way you think. He could almost do that. He can't quite get his arm out to 90 degrees, but you could do something very close. That's the RoboCop shooting pose, for those who might be wondering. The one where he's like arm fully out, head turned, and the other hand back up, kind of balancing. I mean, I guess you could just click on it and see for yourself. Alright, now let's try the other arm and see what we can see. This, and then we'll be doing the grip hand, which has the sort of torqued up wrist for just this purpose. And then this shoulder. How close can we get it? Ooh, it might be too long. Ooh, it's close. I almost want to move the gun out away from his body, actually. That's a tricky one. It's tricky to pose without doing some gluing, too. I mean, I could always use a tiny dab of glue and then break it later, but... yeah, I kind of want it oriented almost out a little bit further. Because he can do it. By rotate the gun outward, and I shift it out a little bit. Now, what about if I want it to go underneath? That could work. That could definitely work. Let's try that. Pose jobs are tricky, but I like having all the options available. War Squirtle! Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome in. Welcome to the stream. You know what else would be a good option that I'm not using? Blue tack. If you stick blue tack in these joints, then you can kind of move it around and pose it and have it sort of stick together without being something that you're permanently committing to. It's just, I didn't think to do that, so no, we didn't. Got any blue tack handy? I don't. That would have been a good idea. We're just gonna fudge it. Fudge it, I say. Because again, if we get it wrong, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna print out another one and try it slightly modified. I'm going to actually pull the weapon out a little bit off the peg and torque it out to the side slightly, because you get a little bit of extra flexibility if you don't insert the peg the entire way through. And I'm going to raise it a little bit too, so it's a little bit more level with the ground while still being pointed downward for the most part. Tilting this in about like so. Let's see what we can do with this hand. Change this slightly, not too much. That's not bad, really. Right there. I think you could do better than this if you were being careful, but this isn't bad as far as cradling the bottom of the weapon goes. I'm going to position the hand in the forearm since that's relatively set. How impressed are you? Look, it's a little gauche to go into that right now, I think, Kursala. I realize that it's my stream, but I should probably refrain from filleting myself too much, as just constantly. just going to hold these together. Let the glue kind of set in place a bit there. Ooh, honestly, a dab of glue inside the hand wouldn't be a bad idea, but might be too late for that. You know what, just because you asked so nicely, WJ, just for you, man. No. I didn't set the elbow very well. Everything else held. I went really, really light with the glue in the elbow, though. It just sort of fell out. That's an easy fix.
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
And just hold this until the glue has set a bit more. And actually, since I have the opportunity, I'm just going to shove a dab of glue into the palm of the hand. One more grip point ain't gonna hurt nothing. We'll make it a nice solid pose. I'm really very happy that this is working. I wasn't sure that this pose would work, but it's coming together decently. And I glued myself to the model a little bit there. It's okay. It adds character. Go ahead and attach our short linkage LRM, which is going to be torqued way out to the side, but that is sort of the nature of having an LRM attached to your shoulder. Is the one goofy thing about the fact that he has to have the LRM attached to his arm, but whatever. Adds character. Alright, let's put this one on. Still looks better than the big box on the end of his arm, I think. Alright, now let's go ahead and attach this torso to the walking legs. I think tilting it forward so he's in kind of an aggressive posture makes the most sense. Like he's really coming at you. Battletech with hands? You need hands to do all the best things, Brandished. Like punching. I know clanners don't even understand what that means, but it's something you can do, believe it or not. Put his head on. Now, because his torso is tilted forward, I'm going to tilt his head back as far as it'll go, so he's looking distinctly forward, level with the ground, at least as much as I can get it. The fact that he has the flared helmet on, insert circumcision jokes here, limits the amount that he can tilt his head back. But all in all, that's not half bad. Now, I think if you wanted to be extra fancy, you could probably do some more with the posing on this arm. You could bring this arm in more if you were willing to tilt this arm out more. But the fact that he can put his hands together like this is, in my opinion, a testament to the flexibility of the design, because a lot of mechs just can't. Make a version of this design that mounts the heavy right arm cannon of some kind so I can do this pose. Oh yeah. That is a good one. Well, we're going to be doing a lot more posing and ideally more designs, Sumitha. So, the nature of this design does mean that in this pose, he winds up with this one LRM kind of sticking way off to the side, but I don't really mind. I think it's fine. It's going to rotate, no matter what you do. And it still works better than just having a big fucking LRM launcher mounted in the end of your arm. So, the two poses we've done so far today, I'm thinking they look pretty good. Oh, I got a big hole in my glove. Whoops. Looks a lot like Dugram. Yeah, that's the goal. Honestly, Trotsky, like, if these guys look right next to mechs like this, we've done something right. Now, admittedly, the shape of the face on this one is very similar to the Shadowhawk / Dugram itself with the extra helmet, which was somewhat by design. But yeah, the idea is that all of these guys will look like they belong on the same battlefield. Or, next to the big old motherfucker right here, which I kind of like how these scale. A little trebuchet next to the big old battle master. Or let's get a look at him next to the always popular heavy, the hasty / Thunderbolt. I haven't even done the rude middle finger pose yet. I'm gonna go back and pull the glaze off, but we still have this middle finger I'm going to apply to somebody. I think this is probably the leg for it, because he's kind of like, yeah, I'm firing my missiles, yeah. Yeah, I can only imagine Project Dark Fox, because this all started off as a sketch that you were working on. And in the last little while, we were able to do these two poses based on that, and I'm pretty hyped about it. Something I might do is add one more missile box option, because if I had one of these short linkage LRMs that was oriented on this side instead so that you could have it mostly slid inward, I think that would look better. So maybe I'll add that one option to the set. Since it's going to be like STLs you can buy, I might as well. The more parts, like, it can only be better, right? Give me the G1 Megatron vibes, yeah, with the big old gun arm, right? I love this classic Thunderbolt. The hasty, good-looking Manganager. That's not. We're not calling it that. Oh, thank you. All the beer in the world, and it's all for me. Gotta change my glove because apparently I put a hole in it. Probably from the super glue. Look at that. Oh, yeah, thank you for the reminder. I do forget that sometimes, Sumitha. Oh, yeah, PDF. It is very easy to underestimate the trebuchet. It has the same thing that the catapult does, where people look at it and they go, oh, it's a long-range support mech. Look at the LRMs. Failing to realize it's just a pair of LRM-15s and not even that much ammo for it. What you need to be afraid of on the catapult and the trebuchet both are that, yeah, it has that bracket fire. It has the brace of, in one case, 4 medium lasers, in the other case, 3 medium lasers. That's some damage up close. To Square, thank you so much for the reminder. WJ, not at all, man. You go lie down. Take it easy, and I will catch you later, my friend. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Oh yeah, Zalem? Well, it's always been a favorite of mine, and I'm a big Free Worlds League guy. So I'm pretty excited to be able to bring these to the tabletop. In the style of mech that I really enjoy, the more classic humanoid design. This definitely pushes the shoulder articulation as far as it can go on this one. Which I think, as long as you paint in some deep shadows there, you're never really going to notice. Redesigned the Kraken? Redesigned the Kraken? You mean this guy? Because I like how this came out. This is Ion Raptor's redesign of the Kraken / Bane, which I still haven't done the basing on. Move my spare parts out of the way here, set these two guys off to the side, get out some sponges, and let's see how this glaze has gone down on old Sanguinius. I'm going to be painting him over days, which is kind of why I'm leaning into the oils on this guy in particular. Which one with the tiny clawed legs, rocket engine arms, and the body that looked like a dime-story rocket ride? That's a great question. I'm not sure. The Champion? Yeah, that sounds right. The Champion does have big jet engines on its arms that are in no way related to any in-game rule. Like, look at these huge things on my arms. Oh, those guns must be amazing. No, not really. It's a couple lasers, but, you know, they look cool. It looks like he's about ready to take off into the fucking stratosphere. I don't know what they were thinking when they designed the Champion. It's not that it's not a cool look, it's just that that probably should have been somewhat reflected in terms of what it does in the game. Put my sponges on my toothpicks. The Champion was a land... Was it really? The Champion was a land air mech? That's crazy. I had no idea. I've never really used the Champion. I looked at it and went, that's goofy, and I moved on to other mechs. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense as a lamb insofar as anything does, which is to say nothing does, so it also still doesn't, but okay, yeah, sure. While we're waving our hands in the air, why not? 2. One more. And they're like, well, we were gonna make it a lamb, so we put these big engines on it, but then it broke on takeoff, so we were like, fuck it, don't make it fly. And then the engineer was like, would you like me to take these jet engines off? And I said, that sounds like a big hassle. Just leave them on there. What's an extra 10 tons, right? Who gives a shit? Just leave them on there. I expect this is going to be mostly stained the colors that we put down, because these are some real aggressive colors that were used here. But we'll take off any excess that might linger. This also helps to kind of blend these areas together a little bit.
Finally catch a break after so long. Find a way of cheating death. Find a realm, find a world where I belong. Give me a chance, give me
the Viper. I'm not familiar with the Viper. I'll have to take a look at a picture later. The Viper. I'm trying to remember that. If it's a clan mech, that probably would explain why I don't know it. They updated the art for it. Really, when? If it's fairly recent, maybe they're going to do another one. Yeah, the last year and a half or so has been lots and lots of BattleTech art and model updating. All the art in BattleTech has needed updating for a long, long time. Well, not all of it. A lot of it. They went through a period of re-scene designs that were like, oh no. Oh no. That poor Battlemaster did not look great. We got a nice blue glaze to work with on this guy, going down to purple in the deep parts of the wing. Amateur Paint Hour with that resub. Thank you so much, Amateur Paint Hour. 7 months. Has it really been that long? I'm freshly astonished by these numbers every single time they pop up. For some people more than others, but most of the time I'm pretty... I have moments like, have I really been painting that long? I mean, what the fuck am I doing? Gear Falcon dropping that sub on Waffles the Wonderfish, who no longer has to watch ads. This really is the primary benefit. This really is the primary benefit of a sub to this channel, though now you also have access to our ridiculous voice clips done by someone you might recognize, Chaotic Harmony. You know Chaotic Waffles. I know I introduced you to him. You definitely started off in this stream and went over there, and not the other way around, right? Yeah, sure. Big Magnus the Red energy. Ooh, you know what? I appreciate that, because Magnus is one of my favorite characters in the 40k universe still. Trying to keep the colors interesting. Yeah, learning how to wield the hairy stick. You're doing pretty good though, Amateur Paint Hour. How's that follower giveaway going? It seems like you got a lot of responses to it. I knew someone was going to give me shit for it eventually, and of course it would be Matt Yee. How you doing, man? So, normally you're not going to see any 40k here, but this is for a good friend of mine who has been waiting on me to paint this model for him for a while. So this is also one of the few models you're going to see me paint that I will be sending off to someone else at the end of the process. We get a shout out for the very oh, we already did, because Gersala's a fucking fantastic mod. How you doing, Matt Yee? An incredibly talented painter and streamer. If you're not following Matt Yee here on Twitch, you're doing nobody a disservice but yourself. Just when I sold all my 40k for Battletech, I go and do this. That's why I did it, actually. I've actually had like a bot kind of running and monitoring you for the last 6 months, Matt Yee. Because I came up with this idea, I'm gonna wait for the most opportune possible time that my painting 40k will emotionally wound Matt Yee. And, well, here we are. The time has finally come, my vengeance is at hand, and I am become death. It's your own damn fault for making oil painting seem so accessible, you know? You've done this. I'm not going to get much further than the pre-glaze tonight. But that's okay, because as long as I continue painting on it in the morning, most of this should stay nice and fresh. Alright, let's get a little bit of this purple. Not much is going to come off. This dioxazine stains like a motherfucker. Wait, that's 30k, not 40k. Ooh, good save, Radio Santi. Good save. God, dioxazine purple is... Whew, it goes on harsh. Where do all the 3D prints go? I feel like the printer's always going. I'm going to be posting some pictures. I did on the Discord a little bit, Matt. My Battletech table, because I've got a whole game room where I store all my terrain and shit like that. And I've got my 8x4 table, but I set up all my Hextech terrain last night, and it is a full 8x4 of modular hex terrain. It is a massive city, and then the outskirts, and a little forest, and some hills, and a forward operating base. It was a pile of shame until very recently, when I went a little nuts and painted as much of it as I could in as short a period of time as possible. That's not to say I don't still have a printing pile of shame. I do, it's just smaller now, thankfully. Purple one, there it is. I'll have some better pictures of the whole table set up here pretty soon. I've been meaning to do that today, but I woke up late, so I'm gonna have to do it like late tonight and probably get the pictures posted tomorrow. I just gotta take my nice camera and some lighting out there. The lighting in my game room is a bit of an atrocity when it comes to taking good photos from the side. Now to play a big game of Alpha Strike, you damn right. Hey, what's up, Jotun Wolf? How you doing today, man? The ugliest official Battletech mech picture ever published. Very intriguing. So every time I do one of these pre-glazes, I want to take a moment and just kind of... I mean... You saw what I did with this basing down here with these rocks. I barely did anything. I washed in some greens and some purples and some blues, and now I've come in and I've wiped it off. Now, if this is all you did, if you just did this on something with texture like this, and then let it set for a day or so, came in and dry brushed it with acrylics, or even just did a little bit of a dry brush-like effect with oils, like, this is an incredibly effective painting technique. And we are just getting started on this model. All I have done is glaze in one layer of color in preparation for working up the rest, and you can already see it kind of coming together. Hey, what's up, Mafik? How you doing? Welcome in, man. I am doing well, Jotun Wolf, and thank you for asking. Can we get a shout out, by the way, for Jotun Wolf art? Been streaming lately, haven't you, man? I've seen you on. I haven't had much of a chance to actually drop in. Well, you know, this is the plight of the streamer. We're always on Twitch, but never to watch. Trying to get back to a normal schedule, that is always the trick, isn't it? But as far as I keep talking about temperature contrast, I think this is a good example of it, even with just these base colors glazed in, if you saw it when it was primed. All this is the burnt umber glaze and then wipe down. But look at how much the body of the Mini stands out. Now that the connecting piece is this, like, this blue, purple, all very, very cool colors, chosen specifically to temperature contrast with the rest of the figure. I missed a spot in here I want to go ahead and get. I'm just saying, look how much the body stands out when you have that cool color next to it. They're now distinct pieces, even though they're very much connected. Simple tricks. Haven't seen this mech before. This would be the Angel. We have been working on this guy, though, Rio. We've done 2 builds on the Project Dark Fox Trenchy so far today, and the flexibility has turned out to be pretty significant. How much time do I have? I think we're going to start the Storm Report a little bit early today. Because I didn't announce it before, you guys can still get your entries in up till 8:30, but I think we're going to start it in about 10 minutes, probably a little bit after that, because I'm going to take a short break before we get going. I'm going to do a little bit of quick work on this guy before we roll over into that, and then I'll probably be up late working on him again, too. I kind of want to do some sienna on his armor as well. Out 7 base toppers you printed today. I only have 3. Wait, what happened, Hiticule? I know you've been printing some of mine. I hope you haven't been having trouble with them. If so, I'm happy to address the issues. Oh, yikes. Yeah, that does happen sometimes. Is your FEP fairly fresh, I wonder? A little combination of yellow ochre and burnt sienna here. This kind of red gold. God, we have so many people who print in here. There's like 9 people with potential answers right off the bat. I love this community. I'm just starting the basest notes of the eventual non-metallic metal look I want him to have. I don't promise it's going to be the best NMM anybody's ever seen, but I continue to practice. Try to do a little better each time. Oh, Matt. Why do you gotta toy with my heart like that? You know, one day, Matt, you know what I want? I want you to say that, and I want you to mean it. One day, I'm gonna get you to do it. It's gonna be like The Boy Who Cried Wolf. You'll be like, dude, this is the best NMM I've ever seen. I'm gonna be like, fuck you, Matt Yee, you son of a bitch, you lying. You'll be like, no, dude, I'm serious, it looks amazing. I'll be like, you sarcastic motherfucker. And then I'll break the model and I'll quit painting forever. This is what you do. This is what you do to me, Matt. I thought I had a button for this. Wait, I do. Here you go. This is just for you.
One week you're mine until you dead.
It's not a threat, by the way. Sounds like one. It's not one, I promise. For legal purposes, this is not a threat. All I do is tell the truth. Oh, I love irony. Oh, really though, Matt, this is, I've been kind of afraid to approach this project because of how I wanted to do it for a long time. But in complete honesty, it's watching your and Steel Rebel streams, but largely yours, that has given me the confidence to just sort of jump in and make it happen. I can't promise it's going to be the best Sanguinius anybody's ever painted, but, I mean, if that's my goal, I'm already wrong-headed, aren't I? You shouldn't set out to paint a mini going, I'm going to paint the greatest version of this mini that anyone has ever done. Unless you're like an internationally recognized fucking painting superstar. That's setting yourself up for failure. Awesome, Hiticule. I will take a look. The trick, Matt, is knowing, like, the actual blending of it is super easy, and I agree, it makes it much, much easier than doing it with acrylics. The trick is seeing where the highlights should go. And I've started just applying some basic rules of thumb and not really worrying too much about the truth of volumetric lighting. Just kind of like, where does it look like it should be a highlight? Let's go ahead and do that, and leaning heavily into the contrast. Find that the less I think about it, the better the final product actually looks, which is kind of ironic, I think. You get your dark to light transition, you get some nice, bright, high contrast highlights and shadows, and you call it a fucking day is what you do. Shoot for the moon and die in a horrible rocket explosion. There you go. Live fast, die young, leave a beautiful corpse. I'm really just establishing the broadest zones of what I want my NMM to be blocked out as right now. But you know, the way you get good at something is by doing it over and over and over again. It's kind of a novel concept that most people probably haven't heard of before. I know if you're in this stream right now, you're probably thinking, wow, that's a great idea. I can't believe he just came up with that. And for your information, I am patenting that idea. So if you get better at something by trying it over and over again, I expect to get paid. We'll come up with a word for it someday. How you doing, Space Laser Jack? Yeah. Hethrier has wanted me to do this model for him for a while, so I am giving it a shot. I thought that was the method for descent into madness. Well, that's just it. If you try to descend into madness over and over again, you'll get better at it every single time. Can I pay you in body parts? There's only one body part I'm interested in getting paid in, Jack. Get in there nice and deep like, boy. I'm talking about your hands. I want you to wash my car, okay? God. Oh, we're a bunch of weirdos. Malpractice makes malperfect. That's actually pretty good. I like that. Like, that was a sarcastic laugh, but I genuinely found it funny. There's actually something to that, though. Because one thing you definitely learn about that phrase is it's not strictly true. Practice does not make perfect. Practice makes permanent. If you practice something badly long enough, you'll just learn to do it badly over and over again. So it is important to pay attention to how you're practicing things. You can use practice makes good minis. Phrase could use some workshop. Yeah, we'll kick it around. We'll kick it around, man. We'll come up with something catchy. Of course, I am still very much a babe in the woods when it comes to oil painting. But getting better. And like I said, thanks to the influence of such fantastic painters out there as Matt Yee, I feel the confidence to try more complex and larger projects. If you're curious about oil painting at all, I cannot recommend his stream enough, you guys. Definitely go give him a follow if you haven't already. You can thank me later in the form of monetary remuneration. If I went full orc and I wanted his teeth, I would get them by just bashing him in the head and then claiming them. That's waiting for TwitchCon 2022. Can't do that right now. There's a pandemic on, okay? We don't just go gathering teeth. How are you supposed to social distance and bash teeth out of heads at the same time? Think. Our pandemic teeth collection is going great. Oh, how irresponsible. A lot better of you, Matt. Unless they're your teeth, in which case, yeah, I'd imagine that it's going fantastic. I was completely talking shit when I said we were going to start the storm report early. I was just lying through my own teeth, as it were. So you can kind of see how the pre-glaze process works now. You see how desaturated all the other glazed parts are, And then I've been saturating the yellows back into this one leg. And we'll be building that out to some nice high contrast highlights. This is the theory. We'll see how it actually goes. I think it's going to look wonderful next to these blues and purples, too. And like, we haven't done anything so far with the wings aside from the glaze, but I mean, you can kind of get a feeling for how this is going to look. Imagine this with much, much more white. We're going to have a lot of real high contrast in this figure. I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to hit the head, stretch my legs. As soon as I sit back down, we're going to launch right on over into the Storm Report. Leveling out my oil paint on my palette here, because unfortunately, due to the way my lid is built, which I need to fix, if I leave a pile, I'm gonna make a mess, but as long as it's relatively flat, it'll be fine. Ooh, look, it's got my logo on and everything, and it's so fancy, oh my god. Move this off to the side here. Take a quick look at our progress for today. We got our glaze put on and pulled off, and we have started leaning back into some of those more saturated colors to build up a non-metallic metal and a couple of details. I think this is already looking pretty nice. Jesus, Matt, you have like some kind of psychic link to the part of my brain that reads things and just wants to throw up. To the part of me that is just made so easily sick. You have a hotline to the vomit center of my soul, Matt, and thank you so much. I think so far it's coming together nicely. All the color concepts I think are going to work pretty well on this, and it's going to be real good practice. We also have the glaze that we put on the wings. There's going to be a lot of changes here because this is really just going to be sort of an undertone to the yellow to linen whites that I am intending to brush in over this, but we should still have a nice gradient of purple going out to blue by the time we get to the end of this paint job. And this should contrast very nicely with Sanguinius' body, creating a nice frame for him. We also built 2 of these new Onager battle mechs, as they have now been named, out of our multi-part, multi-pose kit. We got some real flexibility out of it today. Managing to even have him reach across and do the teacup grip on his dual MLAS arm, and then do kind of a dramatic pose with the other one. I'm pretty happy about how these came together. We still have a third one to pose that we have not done yet. He is in a pile of parts right here. And I've got another one up there I'm sending out. I'm going to be sending a few of these out to people, kind of get some thoughts and reviews on them, and I should be getting some paint put down on these guys this week. But I really think they look good. Particularly when you put them in next to the other Dugram mechs. They really suit the style well. They fit right in, which was the goal, because I love using the Dugram style mechs. Oh god, and then I dropped one. Alright, give me just a minute, folks. I will be right back, and as soon as I get back, we're going to launch right into the Storm Report and take a look at the art that y'all have been sharing with us, so don't touch that search bar, back button. Just don't touch anything. Just don't touch anything. Just hang out. Except Jack. Jack, you can go. Thank you so much for being here, man. None of the rest of you are required to stay. No, I can't. Unfortunately, Twitch does not give me the authority to make decrees like that. But I'll tell you what, it would be cool if you stuck around. I'd certainly like to see you in just a few minutes. But Jack, you have a fantastic night, dude. And I will ping you before we launch into, as I said, before we get into painting that Luke that you sent me, man. In the meantime, I'll see you in a few. right, we're getting back to it. You know, I found myself wondering. Is Matt Yee still here? Is Matt Yee still hanging out? Is he still lurking around making a nuisance of himself? Because I realized I've been taking inspiration from Matt lately. He's a great painter, he's a great streamer, he's a great dude. He has fantastic banter, he has honestly good advice. He has a really relaxed approach to oil painting, but I'm not really utilizing all of the best tips that Matt brings to the table. Now, this would be more effective if he was here, but I'm hoping at the very least I can direct him to this point in the VOD so he can appreciate just how much I'm taking his lessons to heart. And there's one very important part, an integral part, if you will, a core component of who he is as a person that I'm not bringing to my oil painting yet. So let me just go ahead and undo. Let me see. What was it, Matt? It was one, yeah? Or was it two? No, it was three. It was three, wasn't it? 3 buttons. Here we go. Get the droop. Get the droop going on. 3 buttons. Now we're painting with oils, lady. I know. Thankfully this shirt doesn't have 4. I think they call this. It's a safety shirt, because I think they know when they're manufacturing them that when we're trying to harness this kind of power, we might get a little ahead of ourselves, and 4 can result in some real damage, both to personal relationships and business relationships. So we have these kind of training shirts with just the 3 buttons so that we can't hurt ourselves or others when we are attempting to seize the Yi, as it's called. I'm pretty sure I heard the kids saying that phrase the other day. Yeah, unfortunately, as we've all learned, I have no chest hair. Like, they technically exist, but this is just something that's never happened. But see, this works out because this is also part of the Yi. He's smooth. He's smooth like a baby. It's amazing. That, or he just waxes only the portion that's exposed. I'm not sure which. Like a dolphin. Like a shark. Sharks are smooth, you know. Sharks are totally smooth. It doesn't matter which way you stroke them either. Sharks are smooth. Such a fucking stupid meme. Oh, this stream is going downhill fast. Oh, God. Alright, let me get queued up here. I think I'll be better at oil painting, though, now that I've embraced this methodology. Pull up the Storm Report channel, get it positioned on my screen so I can see what the fuck it is that I'm doing. You don't... No, Data Nerd, this is on purpose. I can signal planes with this level of tan. If I'm like lost in the wilderness, I just... and it's boom! Blinding. This is a tactical non-tan. I am gonna button this back up, though. Because at the end of the day, I'm not as much of a man as Matt Yee is. My chest may be smooth, but it does not... Contour calls for aid. And Rohan will answer. Oh my god. Thanks for making me feel self-conscious, Data Nerd. God, we usually have such an accepting group around here, too. Alright, let's do the fucking Storm Report already.
Alright, locusts and gentlemen, get ready to feast
think
your
Rohan will
eyes
sit
on
this one out.
gore, hate, and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report.
Oh, God.
Brought to you by viewers like you.
But I mean, do you think that'll make me a better painter? Yee? I think it will. I'm gonna try it next time. I'm gonna make myself some elbow room here so I'm not bashing into stuff. For having cleared as much desk space as I did, everything's still pretty cramped. I guess I just have a lot of shit on my desk. At any given time, let's go back up to the top. I don't know why it drops me into the middle when I haven't been in the channel before. Less buttons, more skill. This is some solid mats. Oh god, excuse me. Alright. Let's get going. Looks like we got a long one tonight. Here we have up first from Mafik. Got my 30-minute mission kits. The Spinacia Fencer type and the multi-booster pack. I like these 30-minute mission kits. They're really pretty sleek. Again, I hadn't heard of them until Mafik started building them, but damn, this one is really nice too. The posability looks good. Oh man, he's got like big old Iron Spider style legs coming out. Can you mount things on those articulated arms? Like, do they have gun mounts on the end of them? No sexy tanks this time. How is Matt Yee supposed to, like, look, he comes here at the end of the night intending to let off some pressure, if you know what I mean. And if he doesn't have tank waifus, what is he supposed to do? He's got the engine grease all ready to lube up. He's got 4 buttons undone. And now here he is with no tank waifus. You're gonna have to, you know what it is? You're gonna have to head over to Mafik's art channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord to get your fix tonight, Matt. I'm so sorry about that. Some nice builds, though. I really like these big, crazy articulated arms up over the shoulder. Has 3mm peg holes, means you can put anything. Okay, yeah, it's all very modular, right? They're very, very cool. I might have to get my hands on some of the, like, obviously what I need is more fucking toys around my fucking office, right? God, I'm so angry. I'm so angry about all the toys that I get to enjoy, apparently. Well, nice builds, Mafik, and thank you for sharing your acquisitions with us tonight. Also, is today Monday or Sunday? It feels like a Tuesday. It is Sunday. Today, it's Sunday, right? Am I streaming on the right day? Yes, it's Sunday. Today is Sunday. Gluing rocks down to make molds tomorrow. Ooh, what are you making molds of, little cannibal girl? Here we have from Valendar. This was done for a limited palette challenge, something I still haven't succeeded at. Every time I do a limited palette challenge, I'm like, this is fine, but I just need this one color, and then that spirals out of control. And pretty soon, I'm not doing a limited palette challenge at all. And except for the priming was done entirely while watching the stream, no shit. 1 black, 1 white, 3 purples were the challenge. I'm gonna blow this up for a slightly larger view myself. Ooh, I like him. He's got a little face on him. He's like a little frog dog demon man. Very nice. I like the use of the kind of lavender colors. That sort of blue-gray for the underbelly there. Very, very simple, effective, kind of comic booky highlights on this guy. That works really, really well. And then, yeah, you just got your solid white that you've mixed in for a little bit of a blue on the teeth coming out to the white for the tip. Very effective for such a small mini and such a limited palette. Nicely done, Valendar. This is the homunculus. Yeah, that's right. This would have been last time. Very nice. Oh, what do we have up next here? We have from Wheezy, finished up a Samurai Warhammer. I really like it, but wasn't able to get the edge highlighting to pop. Decided not to push it. Went with a plain base to contrast with the mini. I think that's good thinking. And this is a good example of choosing a good base. This, yeah, everything here is simple. It doesn't draw attention away. It contrasts with and helps to highlight the colors that you have on the mini. Red is a tricky color. Red's a very, very tricky color, and I think if I were going to pick out anything on this that I would do to improve the red, or to push the vibrancy of it, a tip that I got a while ago is instead of the traditional method of putting down your base color and then working up your highlights from there, with red, I've found it helpful to keep that vibrancy and to keep my high highlight like a real red and not an orange or a pink, is to actually put down your base red and work backwards into the shadows, darkening your red as you go, and working green or blue into those shadows, mixing that as you get to the deepest parts. Because that way, when you wind up with your highlights, because this looks fantastic, by the way, and I really kind of like the orangey red that it is, but when you wind up with highlights like this will be a true red, and then down here you'll have kind of a deep blue-green shadow that'll really, really set it off. It's kind of an advanced red technique. But it's something to try if you wind up doing another red mech and you're not happy with how your highlights are coming out. Yeah, and I'm like, even then, looking at this, the highlights look really, really good. The gold is maybe a little flat in some parts, but I feel like that's a side effect of this kind of samurai armor, this lamellar samurai armor, where these would be little ties, but on this they're more like little gold rivets. That's another good point, Valandar. Yeah, you can come in with a nice, bright, vibrant glaze. This is a good way to implement oils into your painting regiment, by the way. Regiment? It's not neither of those words are appropriate. That's a terrible word choice. I have found that glazing oils in over your paint job can bring a lot of saturation and a lot of vibrancy to whatever you have. If you paint a model in just a value sketch, like white to black, and then glaze in oil colors, you'll still get some really nice, vibrant colors. Regime, sure, let's go with that, Larabic. That works just fine. Now, all that said, this looks fucking amazing. The lensing that you've done, the cockpit work here with the blue, the little bits of gunmetal to kind of break up the red, the basing choice, particularly the lensing. Damn, that is really, really nice. This looks fantastic. This looks fucking great. Oh my god, I don't have that queued up on... You know what, Sumitha? I'm gonna fix that tonight. I don't have that queued up so I can use it on the screen, but as soon as you said it, I realized that is a meme that I should be using during the Storm Report more than anything else. It was worth a shot. You know what? Just for you, Sumitha, we're gonna do something. We're gonna do something special. You ready? And I'm gonna fix it so I can do this in the other one without having to reconfigure my stream every time. How about that? But this is just for you and that amazing Warhammer.
Let me try that. Cobra assault cannon, state of the art. Bang bang. I like it.
All right, let's get back to it. Goober out here pushing oils like he's paid by Winsor and Newton themselves. Have you seen, Matt Yee, have you seen my nice Winsor and Newton artist brushes pot that I keep my brushes in? Winsor and Newton. Because you're worth it. What is their slogan? Do they have a slogan? I found that at a thrift store. Let's take a look at our back action here. This is a really cool sculpt. I'm pretty sure this is Polygon Masterworks, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is. The slogan is "Fuck you, buy it." What the fuck else? What the fuck else are you gonna do? You gonna buy some shitty oils? You son of a bitch! Come buy our paints. It's a long slogan, but it's effective. Winsor and Newton, we make paint. Honestly, this whole thing came out wonderfully. Somebody help me out. What's this called? I know that there's a name for this. The little flag coming up off the back for Japanese soldiers. Like, it's right on the tip of my brain, but I can't remember it. I know there's a name for it. It's not, I mean, it is a banner KZL, but there is a phrase for this specifically. I can't remember what it is. Hootie, who's a big weeb, he probably knows. Pennant, these are all English words. Sashimono, yes, Valandar the Red, thank you so much. Oh, nothing, Hootie, I definitely wasn't accusing you of being a huge weeb. Absolutely, that was not what I was doing. Well, the Sashimono looks fucking awesome. Really excellent work, Wheezy, and thank you for sharing that with us today. Again, I'm pretty sure this is the Polygon Masterworks sculpt that he did. Coming down. Here we are from WJ. New gear in Aliens Fireteam Elite. What's the spoiler? Oh. Yeah. There's a bunch of new armor and weapons that have been put into Fireteam Elite. Now, I haven't jumped in since the Vanguard... Not the Vanguard, since the Phalanx update. But I need to get in to unlock some of these new weapons for Demolisher and such. The new Wayland Yutani Merc armor makes you look like you're fucking ODST. That is awesome. Yeah, it's true. Hootie is literally an anime pirate, half owl man. So I guess I'm not too far off the mark. Create entirely new armor that covers the entire body, leaves the neck exposed. To be fair, Sumitha, it's really, really hard to armor the neck. while still allowing you to, like, move your head. Anytime you armor the neck, the shoulder joints, the abdomen and waist, the groin, any of these places where you think, well, I would totally armor that, you're always weighing the balance between protection and flexibility, because if those parts of you are not flexible, you're going to get hit and you're going to die anyway. And if you armor them too much, you lose that flexibility. It is incredibly difficult to armor both the neck and the abdomen, surprisingly. Well, I mean, at the same time, Valandar, if you look at how the Marines were armored in Aliens, like, this is a huge step up. He has a Gorget, Vergaderung. Look, what do you call this? This is absolutely a Gorget. If he were facing forward, this would cover most of his neck. I'm just saying, you're saying Gorgets, and there is one right there. Boom. It's there. It's built right into the armor, baby. Watch Batman movies and watch the head movement of Batman. Oh, you mean the... Wait, hang on, I can do it. It's the... This is... the Batman turn. I always liked it. It gives... particularly with Michael Keaton, it gave... I'll have that argument with you, Valandar, because Gorget is an anglicized word that has been pronounced with a hard T for over 700 years. While you can say Gorget, Gorget is perfectly valid. I always thought that like, it worked for Michael Keaton's Batman, because it gave him this really, like, theatrical, dramatic sort of motion, like he would swing his whole body around. Admittedly, it was a weakness of the costume, but I think that they worked around it particularly well. Yeah, and they made it a thing in the Dark Knight trilogy, when he was like, oh, I've redesigned the neck. He's like, oh, so I can turn my head. Yeah, okay, fine. We all gotta poke fun at the 89 Batman. God, all right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Set condition 1 SQ for strategic missile launch. Release of nuclear weapons has been authorized. I'm really quite a big fan of Chibi Chaotic. Rio, a number of your designs, I don't know when I'm gonna get them done, but I would like to work on them as 3D models so that we could do fun stuff with them. And Chibi Chaotic is very much on my list. I've started working on the Blunder Thud mech, but Chaotic and Cat are also on the list. Matt, Rio makes us look like artistic assholes with a ballpoint pen and a post-it note. You should be ashamed of yourself, Matt. Look at this. Look at this artistic mastery. It's fucking amazing. Excellent and always. Most underrated Batman, but one of the worst Bruce Waynes, Val Kilmer. Wow, Valandar, we actually agree on a lot of things. I did not mind Val Kilmer in that role at all. I don't think he was a good Bruce Wayne. But yeah, his Batman was surprisingly solid considering the horrific nature of the movie that he was actually in. The art is great along with the photo of the art. Got a little dual layering there. It's a missile sword. I just picked up that he was wielding that missile like a sword. Oh, Rio, you and your post-its, wonderfully done. Alright, coming down. Here we have from Cybran Knight, our very own Metalcore Collectibles Throwback Sunday. How about a Lego build this week? Going back to the early 2013-ish, we have the Gallant frame. Originally stemmed from me trying to cram a lot of articulation into the smaller mobile frame Zero scale. This kind of ended up as its own thing. The Gallant scene here has basically started a line of fictional mech development that created some interesting designs I'm sure we'll see in future Throwback Thursdays. Future Throwback, there's a certain contradiction there. As for the Gallant itself, it was meant to be smaller than average suit used for fighting in tight areas. It features no integral weapons, but did feature a set of flexible mounting points on top of the Universal Manipulator, aka Hand, to allow its complete loadout to be tailored for the mission at hand. Present day Thursday. Ooh, that's a good one. We should go with that. I'm gonna put that right next to my super duper original Do Not Steal bit, Hungry Man Eats. I like how this Lego gun wound up like a big-ass bolter. But yeah, it's amazing how just adding hands to a mech, it's almost like hands are a good sort of all-purpose grasping mechanism. It's almost like biomimicry is a thing for a reason. What a crazy thought. I like it. I've never done that much work with Legos. These are very, very small ones, considering these are single pegs. This is a remarkable amount of detail for such a tiny build with itty-bitty bricks. And yeah, we got like a basic frame, and then you can just go ahead and build all sorts of stuff. Look, he's even got a little dick peg. That's adorable. That's a pretty crazy gun. Yeah, it looks a lot like a Space Marine bolter to me. That's what I'm getting from it. Zumatha, please do. Please do. Coming down. Here we have, again, from Cyber Knight, and for hits and giggles, shits and giggles, gits and shiggles, the Oxen got a new trailer printed out overnight. Gonna make a few tweaks, but very happy with how it turned out. This thing's awesome. This thing is fucking awesome. For how quickly you guys knocked this out and how simple the design is, like, this sort of captures that what the French call a certain I don't know what. It has style, it has class, it harkens to like your classic G1 Optimus Prime without being so, like, it's just suggestive of Optimus in a lot of ways with the stacks and the shape of everything without actually being that. No, the wheels don't spin, Kaziel. God, do we have to have impossible standards? I'm gonna need a couple of these. I've said it a few times. I'm gonna need a couple of these for diorama-ing purposes. Well, you know, I guess I'd rather your standards be too high than not high enough, Kaziel. And thank you for sharing that, Cyber Knight. You guys can always, again, hit !metalcore in chat for a link to where these amazing figures are on sale from Cyber Knight. And if you think that the articulation in My Mech Tonight is good, you should see what you can do with his work. Here we have from Squared, saw the sky while taking out the trash and had to take a picture. Ooh. Oh, that is some active sky work, isn't it? I remember when we had a sky, back before the collected smoke of all the wildfires in the United States gathered, like right outside my house, and I could no longer see the mountains or the sky. Back before that, those were good times. Avash to Squared, thank you. Yeah, Snowmother knows what I'm talking about. He lives in the fucking city, and I'll bet he hasn't seen the mountains in fucking months. It's ridiculous. Ooh, that's pretty. That's a very nice shot, Squared, and thank you for sharing. One of the walking trails in your complex. Oh, it's nice to have a walking trail, though. Nice little bit of nature. I call those the before times. Before the dark times. Before the Burnpire. Just got the Dreadnought for the season called Operation Landship. With a World War I theme, the Dreadnought is a reskin of the British experimental tank destroyer called Churchill Gun Carrier, or GC for short. That being said, it has the 20mm autocannon on each side and it has an animation of it moving. Oh, like you can actually see the... What a fucking hideous design! Okay, I guess if this is British and World War I, it's pretty impressive, but holy crap! This is like baby's first CAD experiments. This is... Oh my god. I think I remember reading somewhere that the best way to position armor is to have it directly perpendicular so that you catch the full force of incoming fire, right? Just stop it. Bam! Right there. What could possibly be more effective than that? This does not do it for Matt Yee. I cannot fap to this, he says. Square peg, square hole. Pretty sure tiny hands can build a better... Well, in all fairness, Gersala, can tiny hands build a better tank that's full-sized, made of steel, and can actually kill people? Because I'll confess that if I had no tank designed behind me and you said, just build a tank and, you know, make it work, it wouldn't be much prettier, in all likelihood. It's a moving bunker. Yeah, it reminds me of the Killdozer. You guys remember that? Where the guy, like, welded all those steel plates to the outside of a bulldozer? Because that was a good time, wasn't it? Need my tanks to have thick thighs. Well, you know, you have to see, you gotta see past the armor, Matt. You have to see what Mafik sees. You have to see that, you know, the thighs are right in here and the treads are going back down, and she has kind of like a little A little cute look on her face. See, like, there's the eyes and there's the mouth. And she's looking kind of bashful. She's like, oh, geez, you guys. And the big gun kind of mounted off to the side. So that's probably underslung, you know, down along the forearm. And then once you're seeing that, once you're seeing in waifu vision, as it's called, and you can really see the badonk settling in back here. You can see the potential. A shallow tank enthusiast. Made it cheap, ended like that. Yeah, I mean, you know, if you're just like trying to get it on the field, I could totally see that. No, he didn't kill anyone, Kursala. It's just called the Killdozer because it's a catchy title for like his what was he pissed about? I don't even remember. Like, I feel like that's the one thing you should remember about that guy who made the Killdozer is what it was he was angry about. I can't for the life of me remember. Well, nanotanks. Now, as I understand it, the phrase tank for tanks, for armored vehicles as we understand it, came from Operation Overlord and the invasion of Normandy, the amphibious assault during World War II. It is my understanding that that term stuck because, and please correct me on this if I'm wrong, maybe this is a fantastic story that I read someplace that isn't entirely true, but it was my understanding that because we built a bunch, I say we, Americans, built a bunch of fake forces in the British Isles to confuse the Germans and make them think that we were gathering forces in different places so that we could actually mass our amphibious invasion and move over. And on a lot of the manifests for that, we listed, because we were moving, you know, tanks around, we listed them as water tanks. We're moving a water tank, because that's about the right size and shape. We had inflatable tanks. And was it World War I? Okay. But was that it? It was my understanding that it was part of a cargo manifest that we would write, oh, it's a water tank. And then that just kind of stuck after that. Because otherwise the phrase doesn't really make much sense. So it's not Operation Overlord. It's from World War I. Okay, so my time is wrong, but the logic behind it is correct. Okay. The name is from the UK doing that, and then in World War II it was done to disguise what they were. Yeah, okay, so I'm, you know, only mostly wrong, as usual. But hey, coming down we have from Manro Fasal. Put a cursed city, words! I put cursed city up for a bit and painted a Horus Hearsay Death Guard. What is Horus Hearsay? Horus Hearsay, is that like when the other Primarchs were like, that Magnus is up to no good. He was whispering, you know, in the fucking Space Wolf Primarch's ear. He was like, Magnus is doing magic and he has to be stopped. Don't trust him. And then he went to the Emperor and he was like, you gotta stop Magnus, you gotta do something about it. That's Horus Hearsay. I'm so fucking ashamed of myself for even coming up with that. I'm out of beer. I'm gonna get another beer, then we're gonna take a look at this. I'll be right back. Just a bit of gossip. Just a bit. Don't worry, it's something big coming from the next Storm Report. Oh, no, okay, Mafik, we've got Rule 1. Okay? And that applies to drawn genitals as well. I'm sorry, we cannot budge on that one. I'm not sure I'll make the stream, but would love some feedback. Let's see what we've got for you. Looks like we got some Horus Heresy Death Guard. I'll tell you, I like it. I think that the overall paint job is, my first impression is it's a little messy, but the colors are really very effective. We're getting a real close view of it here too. I feel like a little bit further back that wouldn't be as noticeable. I like the damage on it. I like the yellow shading to the white portions of the armor. The green is maybe a little, like, I don't think it looks bad. It's just that when I think Death Guard, I don't think this sort of vibrant, saturated green. I think of more of an olive color, more of a desaturated flat green. As far as critique, my other thought would be maybe a different color for the eyes, because your palette winds up a little bit limited. I guess the blue added in the middle does something for it, but for some reason the eyes being the same color as the green, like, knee and shoulder pads, I don't know, it throws me off a little bit. I feel like maybe this should be yellow, wouldn't be a bad choice, maybe red, blue. You've already got blue on the plasma glow, but it could still work for the eyes. I just feel like maybe something different. If I'm having to critique this model and I'm having to pick what would I do differently, I feel like changing the color of the eyes is something I might do. The other thing I might recommend is you've got this kind of coppery, bronzy color for the edging of the shoulders. Consider doing that around the brow, because that actually might help things. If you had this coppery color right next to the green, it would kind of match with the shoulders and maybe be more effective. Just don't paint eye. Don't listen to Matt. He gives terrible advice. Just awful advice. Let's take a look at the second picture. I don't know why, but I feel like dulling the green down a little bit. It's just that the Death Guard are very, they're dirty. They're nasty. One with red for your Death Guard eyes. See, I think red would probably look good, too. I think the plasma glow actually looks pretty good. I like it. A little bit of OSL on the fingertips and around the coils. That looks nice. Purple? Purple would look good. Because you've got blue, you've got green, you've got this warm color, and I think that the purple, particularly if you went with a cooler purple, that would work effectively. So, oh yeah, watch out for Christmas. That's a good way to put it. Watch out for Christmas, Larabic. Anytime you're doing red and green next to each other, you're running the risk of looking like a Christmas elf. Now, I don't think that would happen here, because the eyes are so very separated from it, particularly if you dulled down the green. So that's going to be my two major comments on this. I love the weathering. I love the color of the armor. I want maybe this band to acquire that metallic color. I would love to see the eyes change color to something a little bit more interesting for a focal point. And while this is my weakest critique and probably the least necessary, in my head, the Death Guard have a more drab, dull green. And I almost want to, even if all you did was put like an olive or a very, very thin brown wash over this. You don't really want Death Guard to be that vibrant, I don't think. What would they be called at this point? Dusk Raider? No. They were called the Dusk Raiders before Fuckface took control of them. I forgot his name. Right? And then he took control of them and he changed them from the Dusk Raiders to the Death Guard. But the color would have been the same. Either way, I love the scheme. And they're, yeah, Morty's Mucky Men. I do remember reading that at one point in one of the Horus Heresy novels. Morty's Mucky Men quickly became the Death Guard. Everyone agreed that's a shitty name and we should all forget about it. How you doing today, Delta Ice? It's good to see you. Either way, I think this is a fantastic paint job, man, Rofasol. If you did a bunch of Marines in exactly this scheme, exactly the way you did this, they'd still look fantastic. I just think you could punch it up a little bit by changing the color of the eyes more than anything else. All in all, really nice work. I love the weathering. Here we have from Larabic, speak of the devil, super stoked at how this guy came out, going to knock out the last of the X-Men before finishing the Spider Foes. Is that Kraven the Hunter? That is Kraven the Hunter. Oh, that's fun. Oh, this looks nice. Good use of static grass and flocking, I think, on the base. He would have wound up... This is a good example of balance and temperature contrast as well. Without this, he would have just been one big kind of muddled mass of warm colors all blending into one another. And by adding this in around down here, it kind of adds a little bit more visual interest and helps to balance out. Because there's not a lot you can do about that with Craven. If you were being real crafty, you could probably push his black hair into more of a blue register like they do in the comic books, which I think helps balance out the fact that he's got, like the big lion face vest that he was, the most bizarre vest. The most bizarre vest in the fucking world. But, these are comic book accurate colors. Very, very effective work. I like this side shot where you can see he's kicking off the tactical rock, coming down for a top of the head stab with a reversed kukri. This man is out of his fucking mind. This blade is for head chopping, not for stabbing. The most glorious vest. It really is. It really is something. I'm glad to hear that you're recovering at least, Delta. Really nice job on this, though, Larravik. Glad to see you doing some more MCP, and I can't wait to see the X-Men coming together, man. It's not just a man vest, it's a main vest. He is using it entirely wrong. This, nothing about this way of wielding a kukri makes any fucking sense. It's designed as a head-lopping blade. It's designed to take people's heads off at the fucking shoulders. And that's why you're supposed to strike with this inner curve right here and let the weight of the blade carry it through. You're not supposed to flip it around backwards and then stab people with the tip of it. This is obviously what we should focus on. We're talking about comic book characters who wear lion face vests, and we should be very focused on the fact that they wield their knives wrong. Makes sense if the sculptor didn't know how it's used. That's probably a good point. It's probably a good point. I'd love to see some blood on the blade. Yeah, I think that would... It's more warm colors, but yeah, some blood on the blade would definitely look pretty cool. I'm trying to think of how you could work more cool colors up into here to push the contrast. But other than the hair, honestly, I think it looks good. You even got those little streaks of white in there. Nicely done. Throw some blood on it, have another beast underneath, its head lopped off, and you got a perfect diorama. Speaking of dioramas, that new setup that they have for the new Doc Ock and Spider-Man looks pretty fantastic. How you doing today, Mr. J? First 2 minis in the new hobby office, about 3 hours start to finish. For 3 hours? That's not bad. Basing and all, that's actually pretty impressive. A good vibrant green, nice focal point in the red cockpit glass, a little bit less on the Black Knight, but it's hard to get around that. He doesn't have much to work with. We got some decent attempts at lensing in here. I like the basing. The use of it looks like chunks of cork, I'm gonna guess. For 3 hours, this is very, very effective work. Is that? I think that is an exterminator. Yeah. Yeah, the new one. These are all the new sculpts since Wave 2 has been landing. With the new Black Knight and everything. I just want to say something. I just want to say something. About the Black Knight, the new one. First of all, lovely paint job on this. It looks fantastic. I just want to say something. About the premium plastic Black Knight. It's the same fucking sculpt. It's the same fucking sculpt. It's exactly the same fucking sculpt. I'm not saying it's bad, Trotsky. I'm not criticizing. I want to make myself very clear. I'm not commenting on the quality of the sculpt or the pose here at all. All I'm saying is that their premium plastic Clan Buster Black Knight with the sword-shaped hatchet that is multi-pose is this exact same fucking sculpt, exact same fucking pose, broken apart into limbs, not broken along the joints, just broken at the hips and shoulders. It's the same fucking sculpt. Could they not be fucking bothered to repose the digital model into something else? Jesus Christ. leg's different. Oh, okay. Well, that changes everything, doesn't it? Okay, I'm done. I'm not gonna criticize it anymore. I'm just... I really don't want to, like, go on about it or be like, this thing is bad and this is why you shouldn't buy it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just gonna say that's pretty fucking lazy. To turn around and sell that shit for $30. Jesus Christ. Oh, you know, whatever. It's it's a good looking paint job. I like what you've done with the jump jets back here. This Exterminator sculpt's actually pretty nice. Lovely paint job overall. Good use of the high silver to kind of break up the joints. It breaks up the big blocks of kind of flat color. If I was going to do anything to these POV, I would go heavier on the washes and higher on the highlights. Just push that contrast. That's my advice 95% of the time, is just push that contrast, push that contrast. It helps the pieces of the model stand out more to the viewer. I fucking love this. This worked out wonderfully. If there's anything to take away from my critique of these models, it's that this is super effective. This was a great choice. Wonderful work. Oh, hey, it was $25 and like $12 shipping. A totally different story then. Yeah. I didn't say that, Matthew. What did I say? I said something else. I didn't say the thesis of the model. That doesn't sound like me. Looking forward to seeing Cybern's custom black. Yes, that is on the list. And I think is going to be going together as another Comguard edition, especially since some of my Comguard were early prints I did where I didn't hollow them, and they were full of uncured resin and a number of them split. I need to redo my Comguard. The artists are good, just given poor sources and instructions. Yeah, this is something important to remember. Like, the artists who work for CGL have all done fantastic work. I know that in the past I have had not the kindest things to say about the personal interactions of some lead designers at CGL. I have had issues with the conduct of some people in the past, but at no point will I ever even remotely pretend that they're not good fucking artists. Scroggins, Shimmering Sword over at CGL, for any issues I may have had with some of his public interactions with people, that dude's a fucking phenomenal artist. He's a fantastic artist. I love his art. It is the fact that I love his art that makes it so much harder when I'm like, he's been a jerk a couple of times. But at the same time, he's only been a jerk a couple of times. So, it's not really that much of a critique of him. The guy's a phenomenal artist. They've got a lot of really good artists working for them. CGL as a company just makes some really weird choices. But who the hell knows? They're also very opaque. I don't know what it looks like behind the scenes. Maybe it makes sense. Here we have From Sewer Creature. After losing a bet on the orc fighting pits, my punishment was having to make this thick Sauron. In complimentary size comparison to a normal sized dude. Why does a normal sized dude have such weak body language? What? You drew a normal sized dude and you made him like pigeon-toed with his knees together, slouching his shoulders. Oh my god. Ooh, he is thick though, isn't he? Look at that. Ooh. Ooh. One ass to rule them all, am I right? Why did this happen? I'd have weak body language near someone. Yeah, maybe there's some truth to that. He does have heels. And what could be fishnets. You can interpret this either way because of the nature of pixel art. You could say, well, obviously he's wearing chainmail, or you could say, obviously he's got a fishnet bodysuit on. And his skin is just very dark. I choose to believe that. Yeah, I think he is wearing heels, Rodan. Sewer Creature, stupid, sexy Sauron. Sewer Creature, you're a weird guy. Don't get me wrong, I love what you do. Let me put it this way. Art, ladies and gentlemen, requires risk. Art requires vision. It requires passion. This is risky. I'll give you that. It might not always tickle your fancy. Art is not always going to be the most pleasing thing. But you know what? This is art. As weird as that might sound. Now, if you will excuse me, I'll be in my bunk. No, I'm not going to do that right now. I'll wait till after the stream. Again, I don't know why this happened. Let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. Okay, here we go. Here we have from Gear Falcon. My first Space Marine. I think I went a tad overboard on the wash. I don't think so at all. I don't think you went overboard on the wash at all. This looks fantastic. Is this meant to be Thousand Suns, Gear Falcon? If you're around. I think this looks great. I was expecting this to be much, much darker. No, I think this looks fucking fantastic. I was just talking about pushing contrast. Your wash pushes contrast. For a simple paint job, this is really good. No. Gear Falcon, if you think you went heavy on the wash, take that idea and throw it right out of your head. This looks great. The shading is really nice and effective. It looks like... I look at this, and without any outside interference, I go, this is Horus Heresy Thousand Suns, which I think is the best sort of compliment you can get for a mini like this. It is recognizable. The colors are spot on. Really nicely done. No, do more like this. Also, great use of green for the eye color. And again, this is a good example of, you always run the risk. Red next to green, you might look like a Christmas elf. But this is very, very effective. Please, Gear Falcon, do more like this. I want to see them. Also, you picked probably my favorite Horus Heresy paint scheme for one of my favorite Traitor Legions. I love the Thousand Suns. I love their lore. I like their Primarch. I like their story. And I love their pre-Heresy paint scheme. Very, very nicely done. Please do more. I agree with Forgotten. Perfect. Perfect amount of wash. Wonderfully done. Here we have from Roland sharing these. What in the fuck? That's a brick with treads. What? Why do I recognize these? Metal boxes? They hide in metal boxes? All this dust. That's my favorite thing about them to Square is that the post-Heresy Thousand Suns, they're just space mummies. That's it. Like, when you take the Thousand Suns back to their concept, from the first moment that GW was sitting around going, let's come up with different Traitor Marine legions. And they're like, okay, the word bearers, like the crazy religious zealots, the world eaters, they're the psychopaths with the bloody axes, choppy, choppy, chop. The Emperor's children, they're all about mutations and growing boobs out of their armor. Thousand Suns, what are they? They're fucking space mummies. They were the space version of the Tomb Kings from Warhammer Fantasy. And I love that about them. LBX carriers. And I guess you gotta get those high up off the ground to get a good angle to shoot from, maybe? That could make sense. These are crazy. I'm sorry, Matt. They're coming back, aren't they? Aren't they coming back? Isn't that something that they're doing? I thought that the Warhammer Fantasy was getting like a revival from Games Workshop, but I haven't really been paying much attention. I like the Tomb Kings. They're a good force. Well, there's some damn nice looking product that you got there, Roland, and I cannot wait to see these join your clan Hell's Horse. I assume these are going to be for Hell's Horses. I know Hell's Horses is very, very like tank and quad heavy, so I assume these are joining them. Shotguns are for shooting birds, so make them high. This is my favorite argument, by the way, for the AT-AT Walker. You look at the AT-AT, the All-Terrain Assault Transport Walker from Star Wars, and you ask yourself, why the fuck does it have legs? Why in God's name would you put something like that high up on these spindly-ass legs? And the answer is direct fire artillery weapons. They don't have arcing fire, they have direct fire. When you have a weapon that has to fire directly on, you don't want to fire it up at things. To get range, you raise it up off the ground so it can fire down at its targets at a great distance. Or, as the Square put it, and to summarize, you gotta get the angle on the dangle. Otherwise, it ain't gonna wangle. Let's have a look at what's up next. Here we have from Beaky. Really happy with this one, especially the checkers. Oh, damn. This is a really classic paint job, isn't it? This just reminds me of some of the best paint. I mean, obviously it's on an older catapult. Looks like Alpha Strike plastic. But this reminds me of some of the best paint jobs we used to get out of Battletech back in the day before the models got more complicated. Yeah, the checkers are very effective. I think they do a really good job of adding that little bit of extra zhuzh. Like the model might come across as a little bit boring without the little splash of color up there next to the green and the brown. The red on the cockpit glass is good. It's kind of an amber red, which makes it very plausible, very believable without being too saturated. I love the way you've done the battle damage on the legs. Number 767 lives, which is good to know. I was worried. How you doing, Number? Like just little bits, and I like how it's positioned. Like you have a lot of scratches and damage down here, and these are, you know, the parts where you're going to take the most hits, where you're going to have the most incidental contact with like trees and rocks and whatnot. You got a little bit up here, but it's much more sparse and scattered around. These are where you would take a few hits that would mostly scatter off the hull, and then we don't really see much or any up on the missile boxes because you're not going to get hit up there very much, and definitely not going to scratch it across trees. This is a really nice, simple, classic paint job, Beaky. And then some simple flocking on the base. Just to add a little bit of interest. This is a wonderful paint job. It's simple, it's effective, it's unassuming, but it still sells the scale that we're talking about. Or you just fire arcing lasers because we're all living in the fucking Last Jedi. Why do you have to make me think of that, Waffles? Like, what do you just fucking, you hate fun? What's wrong with you? Okay, yeah, okay, that's fair. Empire at War had them, but Empire at War wasn't fucking canon, Waffles. And Empire at War had them because it was necessary for the game. Empire at War also took those crazy artillery walker things from the Clone Wars and made them fire like arcing balls of energy, despite the fact that in the movies, we saw those firing direct fire energy beams. Know your fucking Star Wars, Waffles. It did have good space combat. I actually like that quite a bit. TLG is my favorite Star War. My name's Matt Yee. I'm a little bitter. I'm not bitter about this paint job, though. This is Beaky. This is really like, I like this a lot. Also, great photos. Like, look how soft the shadows are. You see this? You can see the shadow, but it's so soft. We are using some very bright, very diffuse lighting here. This is a great light box. Nicely done. Everything had a better fucking story than the sequel series. What are you talking about, Sand? This is not a high bar to meet. Very cash money. Very, very cash money. Yeah, no, I couldn't have said it better myself. Here we have from Rodan, my Uruk-hai. Berserkers, some characters and orc captains. Got more gangsters and Red Robin. Oh, I love their burgers. These work. These fucking work, don't they? This is for me, this is the perfect blend of influences from the screen, film accurate colors, while still pushing them to the sort of cartoonish heroic level that works so well for tabletop minis. The skin tones are brighter than they would be if they were screen accurate, but they're the right tone. The white handprints contrast enough that you can see them at a good distance. The banner looks good. The severed orc head being held aloft is such a nice, vibrant, orky fucking green that doesn't come across as the same green that we have on the more forest green in his clothing, which itself contrasts well with the kind of ruddy rust color of his skin. This looks fucking good. effective basing. We have good mix of colors in the basing. First of all, it looks like we're using a static grass medley, and then we got a couple little splashes of red color and some rocks in there. These are like perfectly done gaming minis. Rodan, these are amazing. Let's take a look at some of our new gangsters here. Look at this fucking guy. Is that is that Chuck Liddell? What? Oh, P-Dog, if only you knew. We talk about poop for real, and not even in a trolly way. Really? That's who they based, like, that this came across. Like, as soon as I looked at him, I was thinking of Chuck. That's surprisingly effective. I really like what you did with the trench coat over here. It's nice and bright, but it's got some good shading on it that helps sell the shape and the details of it. And again, I love how you do these little light glazes of this kind of blue-green, and on the base, it just, you know what, it makes me think of, like, fluorescent city lighting. You know? Just kind of slightly shining off the pavement. I think it works excellently. It's called the Tailor, but the other guy in the pack he came with is called Iceman. I think they missed the mark with that. Iceman. Who would that be? I'm not recognizing his face. I like the real dark blue that he went with on this. If he went any brighter with this, I would think that he was wearing a denim suit, and that's just not intimidating. Nobody's intimidated by a man wearing a denim suit. Oh, it was Chuck? I don't know. I don't know his goddamn nickname. I know who Chuck Liddell is. I don't follow UFC enough to follow people's fucking promos. Either way, you got his face, like, just right. Really nicely done. And then let's take a look at Red Robin. Again, I love this guy's burgers. They're amazing. What's going on with his eyeballs? Okay, they're just white. There's like the faintest hint of an iris at the bottom of this one that makes him look like one eye is looking down, and my brain just filled in the other one was looking up. And I kind of want it to be true, now that my brain has seen it. But it looks like they're just meant to be white eyes now that I look closer. Nice work on the cloak. Really nice, vibrant red on this one, too. The Batman patented contacts. Yeah, the white eyes. The fucking animated series eyes. No, Rodan, I don't think you did either. There's just this tiny little blip of black at the bottom of his eye that when I first looked at him made him look like he was looking all crazy-eyed. Really nice work on this one, though. I have one problem with this, Rodan, and this is just completely a personal problem, and it's going to drive me fucking crazy every time I look at it. He's all the way over here on the edge of his base, and he's hanging way off the edge of it. This would drive me mad if we were actually playing together, man. I'd be like, oh, just put him in the center of the base, you psychopath! Why have you done this? I love the shading on the belt. It's simple, but really, really effective to help that very simple detail pop out. Nicely done. Probably because of the cape. Yeah, that might have something to do with it. Nice work all over, though, Rodan. Rodan, by the way, was leaning forward, but I didn't want to. That's fair enough. Rodan has his own art channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord, guys. If you're interested in seeing more of his DC Universe stuff, definitely go check it out. Here we have from Roland. Oh, we're getting some more of those Clan Hell's horses coming together over here. That nice deep green. What a big chunky tank that is. It's like some Hydra shit. And then these guys getting that green laid down. They really are. They're so tall. They're so tall. I feel like it would tip over at some point. It's crazy. Wild Cherry Pepsi, though. I gotta say, if I'm taking anything from this picture, it's that I want some Wild Cherry Pepsi. Yeah, right? I'm like, you just want to, like, poke it and knock it over. Or it wants to be wider. Like, there's just something about the proportions that are throwing me off. Maybe it looks different in person. I can't tell. Like an AT-AT. Well, I mean, funnily enough, it made me think of that last time we were looking at it. By the way, nice, smooth, green base coat there, Roland. having seen a lot of your work over the last, like, 2 years, your base coating has come a long, long way. When you first started posting things, your base coats were often kind of uneven and thin in weird spots, but you're getting them really, really nice and smooth now. And that might not sound like the most exciting compliment, Roland, but I want you to be excited by it, because it's one of the most important fundamentals of painting, and it's something that it takes people a while to get down. So good work. It really is that tall. Oh, God, okay. Here we have from Sheza, FDM printer go brrrr. Oh my god. Is that Pitbull? Who is that? Is that Violent J? Can anyone tell me who this is? Because I'm not sure. It's a cool print. But we got like a luchador mask going on here. The Baron Samad. That doesn't help me, Hootie. What's it from? You got like a little doll going on? Is that a shrunken head? I'm not sure. I want it to be. Is this from a movie that I haven't seen? Is it from a game that I haven't played? Frog Princess villain. Okay. So it's from something and I just don't know it. You keep saying things, and I don't understand what any of you are talking about. Voodoo Loa. These are meaningless words to me. Frog Princess villain. Is Frog Princess a movie? Again, what the fuck is happening? Is this what going mad feels like? It's a Disney... Thank you, Data Nerd. Thank you so much. It's a Disney movie. This is all we had to say. An actual myth. Okay, Baron Samadi is an actual mythological character that was then realized in cartoon form in a Disney movie, and this is that version. Because I thought Baron Samadi sounded familiar, but I don't. Yeah, no, I'm Northern European is all fuck waffles. A religious figure appropriated by Disney. Oh, so like most of their roster overall. Well, it's a lovely print, and I love that copper. Of course, I suspect you're going to paint over it. Looks like maybe you had some issues at the top here that went ahead and fixed with some green stuff, which seems very effective. Played it on a board game, but the guy would be a complete bastard to you on the VCR. Whoa, it's from like a VCR board game now? I have no idea what's happening. Including a Bond movie. Maybe that's where the name is coming into my brain from. Which Bond movie was that? I don't remember which one that he dealt with like voodoo shit. Look, usually when people post things to this stream, I am capable of being like, oh, I know that thing because this, that, or the other thing. There have to be gaps in my knowledge, people, otherwise it's just not believable. In this case, it's a pretty big one. I can't remember which Bond movie, like, I remember there was a Bond movie in New Orleans, but I can't remember which one it was, Datron. There are only like 20-something of those fucking movies, though. Live and Let Die. I don't remember what happened to that one. I was about to say something crazy, like maybe I should rewatch all the Bond movies, and then I realized I don't care. I'm not gonna do that. I recently recapped the plot of Quantum of Solace, and remembered why I couldn't remember anything that happened in that movie. Old Bond movies were the good ones. Some of them, number 767. Also, Cold Steel, welcome in. It's good to see you, man. Some of the old Bond movies were good ones. And some of the memorable old Bond movies, oh, that was a Roger Moore one. I might rewatch it then, because I didn't like Roger Moore as Bond when I was a kid. But over time, I've come to like Sean Connery less and like Roger Moore and Timothy Dalton more. Yeah, they all do start to run together soon with it. I like You Only Live Twice, because that's the one where Sean Connery impersonates an Asian man. And it's fucking hilarious. Either way, that is a lovely print. And thank you for sharing that, Sheza. Well, let's see what else we got. Oh, it's a hummingbird. That's actually pretty cool. I like that. Nice print. A couple little errors here and there, but nothing you can't smooth over. Got a really nice, bright, vibrant green on the hummingbird. I can't wait to... Are you going to paint some more on this, Sheza? Be very curious to see if you put in like all the blues and oranges that might go in on this little guy. Lovely. Okay. Yeah, and forgive me, Crest, names between Discord and here and Facebook, like, you'll probably have to remind me again. The height of blaxploitation in Hollywood, and it shows. Maybe it is worth watching then. Yeah, that's just life. That's just life, 767. Roger Moore, Drug Lord, New York City, first film for James... Really? That was introducing Jane Seymour? Interesting. Huh. Okay. Couldn't dig mine up, but man, is the mangonel ugly. Yeah, I told you, Squared. They've taken every name. They've taken every name in Battletech. They have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Battletechs at this point. You're not going to pick a name that isn't taken by something. And also, yeah, that's fucking hideous. Don't get me wrong, I'm usually the guy who's like all about the ugly-ass mechs. I love the Thunderbolt. I love the Charger. I like the sort of brutal, nasty-looking mechs. The Orion is one of my favorites, and it looks like a horrible mess. But this is rough. Now, admittedly, this is a Dark Age sculpt, and as much as I like the story and the setting of Dark Age, some of their sculpts were really bad. Some of their sculpts were, even on good-looking mechs, like, you know, just go Google Mech Warrior Dark Age Atlas and prepare your fucking eye bleach. Oh my god, but thank you for sharing that with us today, Squared. A pair of light Gauss rifles and a quartet of ER medium lasers. TRO entry mentions it's considered controversial and quirky. That's a very kind way of putting it. It's like when you go to look at a house and they're like, it's very quaint. You're like, oh, it's going to be like one room. Okay, awesome. I see. Chicken turret is where you draw the line. Xandershade, we've all got to have standards, man. We've all got to have standards. See, that's what I liked about it, Trotsky, but then I'm a 30-25, like, nutcase. So when they were like, look, we're gonna pretend that we're gonna revert everything to 30-25, and we're gonna take a fresh run at it by introducing internal combustion engine mechs and agramechs and shit like that. Like, I love the idea behind Dark Age. The implementation left a lot to be desired. Dust Tactics is one of my other favorite board games, just barely behind Battletech. I missed out on Dust Tactics almost entirely. And I'm sad that I did when it was really a thing, because it looks like it was a lot of fun, and I liked a lot of the minis. But yeah, I almost completely missed that game. Is this an Illithid? Hang on, I'm sorry. This is from Noob Corpse. It's like a raging Illithid. Looks like he's ready to suck your brain right out of your mouth. What are my views on Ill-Clan? I can give you my views on Ill-Clan number 767. I can give you my complete views on Ill-Clan. Are you ready? I don't care about it. Like, even a little bit. Like, I've tried to care about it. I've looked at it. I've read about it. I've thought, okay, this is the current era of Battletech. Let's get into it. And then it doesn't happen. I don't care. I don't give a shit. Like, at all. It's like, I couldn't be paid to give a fuck about the Ill-Clan era. Nothing about it is even remotely interesting. I just want to go back to 30-25, where things were fun. And you know what? I completely respect if someone hears that opinion and goes, well, I don't care what this guy thinks about Battletech. And frankly, why should you? You probably shouldn't. That's just, man, that was... It's not even like a pure nostalgia thing. It's not like I think that the rules were the best in 30-25. 30-25 needs a lot of updating, rules-wise. But the setting was better. The setting was more dramatic, it was more meaningful, and now it's all just bullshit. I don't know. The only reaction I've had to Ill-Clan era so far is motherfuckers maybe have to rename the Hammerhead in Operation Lancaster. Yeah, that's annoying too. I'm loving the colors on this though. Really nice. Deep purple. Looks like you got smooth base coats. The photo is a little blurry. Your depth of field is very shallow. So most of what's in focus is down here towards the feet. We can give you some tips on that, Noob Corpse, if you like. Taking pictures of minis is almost as hard, if not harder, than painting them in the first place. I love the red and black. Nice smooth coats on that. Good shading on the skulls. You could even go heavier on that if you wanted. Take a look at this guy from behind. Yeah, like if you laid into this with some like lavender highlights with how deep the details are on this, you could have a really good looking model in almost no time. But you've got what looks like, again, it's a little blurry towards the top because of the depth of field. Again, we can probably help you with that. It looks like a nice, smooth, even base coat, and I cannot emphasize enough the importance of that. If this is where you're starting, you are starting from a very solid base, because my first base coats were not this nice. Not this nice at all, not while still holding the detail. Now, admittedly, this is a very deep detailed figure that makes it easy to do that, but, you know, picking paintable figures is just as important as being good at painting them. Just as important as being good at painting. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Xander Shade. What if the clans didn't lose? Like, it's just, you know, when you've got an era for a game, a whole setting for a game, and you're trying to move forward into, okay, this era is defined by these events. You need punch, you need grab, you need something, you need a hook to bring me in. And it's like, okay, 3025. Humanity has ascended to this incredible level of technology and then collapsed back in on itself until now we have the tools of an empire ascendant in the hands of backwater yokels trying desperately to live day to day. That's a setting. That's interesting. Clan invasion. I don't like the clan invasion. I don't. I've never liked the clan invasion. But mysterious outsiders from beyond the edge of the known galaxy invading with technology that we don't understand, with a mysterious caste system that goes against everything we that we collectively share culturally. That's a hook. I'm in. I'm on board. The Jihad era. Religious cultists from Earth, buried deep within AT&T, rise with mechs we didn't know they had, to bring destruction and death upon the entire galaxy. That's a hook. That's a story. The Dark Age. Oh my god, we bombed ourselves back to oblivion. We're doing 3025 again. A few things are different. Some of the mechs have internal combustion engines. That's a setting. Ill Clan. I don't know, I guess some time passed. The clans are still here. Some of the mechs look like birds now. That's not a fucking setting. It's not a fucking setting. It's so boring. There's no hook to Ill Clan. There's no core. There's no idea. There's no inspiration. It's just, we need to move the story along. Like, it's so painfully uninspired. Yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry that's what I ranted about when I'm looking at your photos, Noob Corpse. You've got a lot of potential, man. Your fundamentals are pretty solid, and I'd love to see what you're working on. What you continue to work on. I think that this mini, if you lay into it with some highlights and like you could have some. Like I said, you picked a really good mini. All the details are really deeply sculpted. I don't know how much you know about, like, dry brushing, but I think that could work in your favor in a big way. Looks like you get good brush control, good solid base coating, you're using some washes, good fundamentals, man. I hope that you continue to post because I think you've got a lot of potential as a painter. We've got a sticky post, a pinned post in Showcase about how to take pictures of models. I suggest taking a look at that, because the better you can take pictures, the more meaningful critique we can give. But thank you so much for posting, and I hope that you stick around and post the next Storm Report, man. The clan should have been dissolved and absorbed. Yeah, so we can move on to literally anything interesting. That would have been nice. Here we have from LGS, some Penitent engines I finished up earlier today. Laughing Goblin Studio. That makes sense of the LGS. Okay. I do care. This is the thing, Crisala, I do care. Like, you guys know me reasonably well. I don't get excited about things that I don't give a shit about. If it's really fucking stupid and I don't care about it, I go, it's dumb, and I move on with my day, because I'm not going to devote any mental energy to that crap. I want Battletech to be good. I want Battletech to be interesting. I want Battletech to be compelling, because its original setting is one of the most compelling and engaging settings that I can remember in wargaming history. And yeah, exactly. For God or Wrong, you know what? You just summed it up. I care that it's gotten boring and stupid. It didn't have to be this way. And yet it is. And yet it is. What's not boring and stupid are these fancy new penitent engines. These aren't the new sculpt, are they? Are these? These aren't the old penitent engines. I remember those. I built plenty of those. Are these the new sculpt penitent engines, or are these third-party 3D prints? I apologize for not knowing. I haven't paid that much attention to the new releases. This is the new official GW sculpt? Okay. I like that they've kept the crucified penitents on them. It looks like they've made them a little bit more squat than they used to be. I really like the kind of shape of the nave that we have up here. We got like a flail going on down here. Lovely work on the paint job. Good fades from kind of a silver down to a coppery color. The fire is a little bit flat, Laughing Goblin. Like, if I were to pick anything on this model, because I like almost everything about it. I like the copper. I like the heat discoloration on the flamers. I think the penitents look pretty good. If I were to pick anything on here and say maybe focus on it just to make it a little bit more interesting, the fire looks a little flat. It just looks kind of red and orange. Now, painting fire is definitely tricky. I would just say if there's anything on this model that you're going to focus on to improve, that would be it. The basing looks wonderful. If you wanted to be really snazzy, fancy, I might push into some cooler colors to contrast with all the warm tones that we have up here. But that's not necessary at all. The paint job is lovely and clean. Arm weapons can be flails or saws. They used to just be flails. All in all, really nice work, Laughing Goblin, and thank you for sharing with us. I would love to see some more out of you. I love seeing the sisters. They're one of my favorite looking armies from 40k, and as someone who doesn't play 40k anymore, I kind of have to enjoy it vicariously through you guys. So LGS, if you felt like sharing some more of your work on the Sisters of Battle, I would love to see them. FedCom Civil War never really did much for me, Trotsky. It was just kind of like, I don't know. I never got that into it. I don't want to criticize it too heavily because I don't feel like I know enough about it to criticize it on a point-by-point basis. It kind of slipped by me for the most part. By that point, I was too just irritated with the loss of 3025. 30 years ago. Oh my god. Here we have from Colonel Matthew Steiner. Ooh. I like the use of these decals. This adds so much to a mech paint job. I don't do enough of it. The little bits of checker, the numbers. I like how you have the weathering over the top of the numbers. We got this little bit of edge chipping here on the Centurion. This is a good example of using a temperature contrast base with your model to kind of set off the colors in it a little bit more. Yeah, that's, you know what, Xander Shade, you just summed it up better than I ever could. What I know of the FedCom Civil War is just the plot from MechWarrior 4, which, if I'm being honest, when I played it at the time, I wasn't paying that much attention to. I was just like, yeah, tell me what the next mission is. What am I doing? Okay, let's go. I didn't really give that much of a shit about the story. I was young. I was young and foolish. Magistry of Canopus Fusiliers. I like what you've done with the canopy glass on the rifleman here in particular. I really dig the checkers on the red. It's very effective. Good use of the silver here just to break up the big blocks of red again here on the gun barrels. That was admittedly my opinion on it at the time, Chrysala. These are, you know, Colonel Matthew Steiner, it's like, at this point saying Colonel Matthew Steiner has done good work is like saying he posted pictures. It's just, yeah, of course he did. He's a fantastic painter. But I think these paint jobs in particular go to show how just a few little bits of detailing, like not even that much, less is more. Less is absolutely more on paint jobs like this. But just goes to show how a simple paint scheme, basically one solid color, can still be kind of zazzed up and made interesting by the addition of just some little details here and there. We have our Magistracy decal here. It's on the crotch of our Centurion for some reason. A little bit of extra checkers up here. Very nicely done. Very, very nicely done. Coming down. Here we have from Vergaderon. Got some of the Kickstarter mechs all set up for some dry brushing the next time I'm not working and can stream. Several had to be fixed, like the Stalker's pose and cockpit, the Grasshopper's torso lasers. Brown stuff worked well here. I do like the new Stalker. I like the new Grasshopper, for that matter. I don't really, if I'm being honest, I don't have a problem with any of the new sculpts, with maybe the notable exception of I don't like what they did with the crab, but that's such a tiny complaint. Everything else looks so good. Even the Crusader looks good. I'm looking forward to these getting done up as your really, really cool looking Merrick Militia. Next time you get up to a painting stream for Gadaron. Pez Motion, welcome back. Yeah, the Stalker does look good, doesn't it? It looks like you fixed the cockpit a little bit. I feel like it's not normally that high, is it? I remember it being like really weirdly deeply recessed. Crab will look good with a new cockpit. Yeah, on top and not down in the nose for... I don't know why they did that. I have no idea why they did that. That was such a strange choice. Also got my custom order in from Chrysala and Data Nerd at Rainy River Designs. Some polo shirts, flock, and a bunch of paint. Oh, shit. First of all, Rainy River Designs paint. Really, really nice stuff. You guys can always hit ! Rainy River or ! merch in chat to get a link over to Rainy River Designs, where they sell not only RRD acrylic paints, but also what Thunderhead Studio merch we have available. These custom polos are nice. Very nice. Vergaderung, I'm flattered. I'm flattered that you wanted my logo on some polos. Also, you know what? No, I'm not. I was about to make fun of you for wearing polo shirts, but I'm not going to do it. It's not very nice. It's easy. It's low-hanging fruit, for God's sake. They look good. They look good, Vergaderung. And thank you for sharing your acquisition with it. I didn't do it, Vergaderung. I didn't make fun of you for wearing dumb-looking polo shirts. I didn't do it. Okay? It didn't happen. Can't wear t-shirts with vests. And if there's anyone who enjoys his vests, coming down. Who's up next? We have Hootie Who, a work in progress of my VTuber model I illustrated myself. Oh my god, it gets more elaborate every time I see it. So first of all, I didn't know anything about VTubing before I met Hootie. And when I met Hootie, he was still just streaming. Just his face as he did art. He's a fantastic artist. I love his work. And over the time that I've known Hootie, we've had him here on stream. Hootie Who was over 200 layers. Good God. He was on our Cyberpunk Red stream that we did when we were playing Cyberpunk Red here. And those are available on YouTube, by the way. Forever and ever, Hootie. You can't escape your face. But after that, he started doing the VTuber thing, and he started off with a very, very simple model. And I remember at the time being like, well, this is actually kind of a cool idea. You can just sort of pick your own face for interfacing with the public. And this clearly resonated because his channel absolutely fucking blew up. And every single time I go into his channel to see what art he's working on, the VTube avatar gets more and more elaborate. It developed, it went from 2D to 3D, it started to acquire his facial movements and motion tracking, then it acquired, like, his mouth tracking, then it acquired hand tracking, like, this is not just a simple piece of art, this is a fully realized character by the end, and it grows more and more every time he works on it. It's fucking cool, man. Hootie, I'm impressed as hell. Do you have a treasure map on your body? Is that what I'm seeing? Does X mark the spot over your heart? That's kind of awesome. That's actually pretty cool. I like that. Look, you can see the X. Number 767. You can see the X right here. Now, okay, if the trail just disappeared below his waistline, we'd be having a different conversation about what X marks the spot of. But particularly if he had like a big Jolly Roger belt buckle. Oh, that's a great idea. What's wrong with the button-up tee? This lets me harness the power of Matt Yee, for God's sake. I'm just saying, Hootie, I'm just saying consider that. Maybe the dotted line just sort of disappears below the belt line, and maybe you have a big Jolly Roger belt buckle. I'm not saying do it. I'm just saying think about it, okay? Just call me a vagabond? What? What? Is this 1890? Oh, this is cool though, Hootie. This has really come so far, and dude, your stream is amazing. What I was using before this was 3D. This will be 2D, but you'll be rigging it to move, and it's really wild and cool. Okay, so this is gonna be a 2D avatar. Now I've seen some really surprisingly elaborate 2D avatars, so I look forward to seeing how this is going to move in your actual stream. Hootie Hoo's an amazing artist, by the way, guys. You should absolutely go follow him if you haven't already. Hootie, thank you so much. Dude, it's been a while, and I know we're both doing our own thing. We're both streaming to our individual audiences. We're both growing in our own ways. We're both working on ourselves, on our art, and it's just, it's divergent. We're doing two very different things. But at the same time, Hootie Hoo, I consider you a friend. And one of the first people that I kind of networked with here on Twitch that I really clicked with, and I appreciate you stopping in, dude. I appreciate you sharing your art with us today, and I wish you absolutely all the best with your stream, with your Discord, with everything. I know that things are absolutely blowing up for you, dude, and I'm so fucking happy. Hootie Hoo, thank you so much for coming in today, dude, and thank you for sharing again. Here we have from Pez Motion, the most safe for work image I could come up with for the first rule of Thunderhead Club. It's funny because his nickname is Dick. I like it. This actually works for me.
Welcome,
Nicely
everyone,
done, Pez.
to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
have fun, be safe, and above all,
Don't show them to me. For the
Don't
love
do
of
it.
God. All right. Here we have from NB Toby. After reading about Kuritan C3 lances from Steel Warrior, I decided to do a thing, the Naginata. Given the disgusting Iron Wind Metals models, feel the need to bring something better to the table. Using some parts from Siberian Troll, I set out to build a better proportioned yet recognizable offering. Work in progress. Now, I'm not super familiar with the Naginata. I'm recognizing a couple of parts in here. It looks like we're reusing the head from the Kintaro, maybe? Not sure. I'm liking the look. I actually really like the overall shape of the torso and how it's carried through from end to end. Real blocky, nasty torso. The arms kind of remind me of the Archer, in a way. Let me take a look at the Iron Wind Metals model. Oh. Well, you know what's funny is the side torsos on this, they're not bad. The arms are terrible and the head is terrible. The side torso, the legs aren't great. The legs could use some work. What blows my mind about this is that somebody went to all the effort of doing all that freehand work on a relatively hideous-looking model. Ugh. I'm gonna redo the head with a single visor. I appreciate that, because I don't like all these little struts so much. I can't lens all those individual little panels, NB Toby. Nice kit bash so far, man. Keep up the good work. Yeah, the legs, I really like the side torso design, actually. You know what it kind of reminds me of? What was the name of the Megazord? You guys remember the Zord from Power Rangers that was a big pyramid? And it, merged with a big Brontosaurus? Somebody remembers what I'm talking about. It reminds me of that. the giant pyramid. I can't remember the name of the Zord. Yeah, right? You know what I'm talking about. I think it was the Black Ranger Zord in Zeo. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. Nobody can remember the name of the fucking thing. Oh, let's see what we got from... Yeah, Pyramidus. Yes, Sumatha. That was... God, of all the names I really should have remembered. It was right on the nose, wasn't it? Gonna incorporate a dildo cannon for sure. I'm glad to hear that. I would hate for you to move too far away from the original influences, NB Toby. Oh, God. Here we have from Avash. Ooh, that Null Mage is... You've done a really good job on the face here. Like, this is a simple paint job on the face, but it's incredibly effective at pulling out the actual facial features and suggesting the eyes without being too complicated. I like the combination of colors we're going with here. It reminds me a lot of a paint scheme that I did maybe a long time ago now on my Freeborn for Beyond the Gates of Antares. I like the blue flame on the back, too. I like the white hair. This is a model, I have one of these myself, and I need to paint up the Null Mage. He's got a lot going on. He has, like, this mysterious fluid that he's pouring from some sort of ever-flowing chalice. He has a magical mask in one hand, he has an eternal flame on his back, and he's, like, riding a fart. It's coming out of his butt, and he's riding a fart. It is swirling and propelling him along the ground. If I could have a magic power like that, I mean, I can't even pretend like I would deny it. His name is Colonel Sanders, as well it should be. Put some like drumsticks on his belt there. Oh, yeah. We got these men-at-arms coming together nicely. Oh, I like how you've divided up the primary color you're using. So we get some diversity amongst the various tabards. Nice to see some Conquest getting painted. Looks like Jeff Bridges from Seventh Son. My God, Webby, you watched Seventh Son? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That movie was terrible. Delta Ice, it makes a huge difference. Makes a huge difference, and I don't know why they don't. Those yellow springs are absolutely a necessity. Coming for those secret spices. All in all, this is a great-looking army of Ash. I cannot wait to see some of these guys all bunched up on their trays and ready to rock. Nicely done. Avash, keep up the good work, man. We 100 Kingdoms have to fucking represent. There's too many raptor orcs out there. There's too many of those weird bio-elves. The 100 Kingdoms need representation. Nice. It's good that you have a schedule. I look forward to seeing the next update on the Storm Report, Avash. Oh yeah, no, Delta, it makes a huge difference. I don't have to level my bed but once every, like, couple of months now. Here we have from Asri, KO project done. Hammerfest list complete. 3 of the boats, 2 medium ones and 1 small one. The 20 Arcanauts up front and 2 of the characters were all built and painted within the last week. Nice! Impossible painting goals? No problem. You know, they say set achievable goals, and when you're a bit of a machine, that can still be achievable, Asri. Bonus went 3-0 in a local tournament on Saturday. Pew, pew, pew. Oh, that's a nice-looking force. Oh, that's a nice-looking force. I love the kind of cool gray on the hulls with the gold detailing. Great work on the basing. Damn. If I had a hat, I would remove it. This is damned impressive work. And I'm glad to hear that they're out there kicking ass on top of everything else, Asri. We'll drop 100 Kingdoms when the city-states come... Yeah, I feel you on that one, Avash. I look at it and I'm like, the new Dominion, or the old Dominion, I'm like, they seem cool. Will I play them? I don't know, it depends on what happens when I see their models. I do like undead factions. But city-states, I'm like, dude, give me a Minotaur on a monster base, and I am buying this army. Absolutely. Stressing hard last week, but pulled through. That is a damn good feeling. That is a damn good feeling when you set a hard goal like this for yourself and then you pull it off. Asri, these look fucking wonderful. There is a quality to quantity, and a fully painted force is just an inspiring thing, isn't it? Wonderful work on these. Delta Ice, they're channel points, and I don't have many great ways to redeem them right now, but we're gonna have more ways to redeem them for in-stream benefits once we get our gaming streams launched. It's a currency you can spend to do things in the stream, basically, and it's up to me to provide those things for you, and thus far, I haven't provided many great ones. So that's on me. Oh. This is slightly more like the actual Ghostbusters one, how he's kind of coming through it and superimposed over the back of it. We're getting there. We're getting there. One step at a time. We will have the perfect Dick Buster sign by the end of this. Oh, and one more makes three. What's the point of having a big truck if you got nothing to pull with it? Did a few passes to get the details to a point where they work for painting, and I feel like it paid off. I think so too. Your models are always very, very paintable. Your details are crisp and deep and effective. I love seeing them on those Hextech roads. You gotta put them on the wider lane roads. There's no way they'd let this truck on the 2-lane roads. It occupies the whole damn thing. It's just such an effective sculpt. You guys did a great job on it. Everything about it. All the way down to the panel lines on top with the slight curve. Like, this just works. And he didn't even magnetize it. My God. Truly a sign of the end times. Lovely paintwork, lovely design, lovely print, and I cannot wait to get my hands on some of those trucks. Here we have from a hobo. Crossbows need highlights, everything else needs basing, but my 650 points of 100 Kingdoms smashed it today. Fuck yeah. Oh. Ooh, I like this color scheme. It's got a bit of the Emperor's Children about it, doesn't it? That sort of royal purple with the kind of brassy gold. I like the green shields too. That little bit of green helps. Too much green next to purple and you wind up looking like a court jester. You wind up looking like you're doing the Joker, you know? But this worked nicely. Less gold in person, more greenish. Okay, so it matches a little bit more with the shields. That's some good-looking 100 Kingdoms. And the fact that you won with them today, obviously, painted models roll better. This is simple science. Radio Santi, I'd love. Dude, please keep going and keep sharing. We need more conquest all around. Lovely work. Xander Shade, phone mount work in progress. To fix on my dash, help facilitate GPS use for my job. Prototype for the front half turned out fine. Printer had a critical failure printing the back half. Really need to fix it and try again. Oh, I love me some of that parametric CAD work. Looks like we got some Fusion 360 going here. Alright, let's see how this came out. Front of it looks good. Back had some problems though, huh? Well, you know, this is the prototyping process. It's one step at a time, and sometimes you can get hung up on this phase of it, but get that second print out, man. Looking forward to seeing the completed practical print. We don't do a lot of practical printing in this stream, but I like practical printing. I don't even really share it when I do it. I've got a bunch of little brackets of bullshit around my office that I printed to fit specific things, and I just don't really share it all that much, so thank you for sharing this with us. Horse's coats definitely need some more work. I believe the phrase for that Radio Santi is caparison. Horse armor is barding, and then the long drapey coats that they wear are called caparisons. Does this matter? No. Is this useful information? Absolutely not. Will you ever need to know it? I mean, fuck no. But now you do, and that's what matters. Waking up to the click, click, click of the X-Ax. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's no good at all. Coats can also be fur. Oh, fair enough. For Gatorun, he could have been talking about the fur. In which case, yes, that would... Yeah. Yes, he was talking about... Okay. Well, I just corrected you on something that you didn't need correcting on, so... Here we have from Sumitha Operation Lancaster Thunderhead exclusive-ish preview. The Emancipator Assault Battle Mech was created during the Succession Wars. This was a time when Dreadnought Interstellar Industries was searching for a new design to have as a flagship mech. Oh, I just clicked on the wrong thing. Let's click on the wrong thing. Let's go back to this. Oh god, what have I done? Hang on. Here we go, okay. Oh my god, this was a time when Dreadnought Interstellar Industries was searching for a new design to have as a flagship mech, as a number of its other more iconic designs were largely discontinued due to the technological decay of the aforementioned Succession Wars. While this machine would be considered outdated by many, the design has lasted the test of time and did not even receive any production model variants for centuries. Its lack of torso twist most certainly is a drawback, but it counters this with impressive ground speed and jump capability for its weight, and hyper-extending arm actuators, allowing it to fire in virtually any direction, regardless, even directly to the rear, as the arms are low-slung enough to rotate 180 degrees under the torso and fire behind the mech. During the Jihad, Dreadnought would introduce advanced variants of this machine specifically for their own battle core, such as this first battle core liveried version below. While not many were produced, they proved extremely deadly in fighting during Operation Lancaster itself. However, the fairly ubiquitous original design, as it is an attractively priced assault mech, has continued to be produced and is a popular machine for militias and mercenary units, especially those trying to present themselves as bigger and more dangerous than they actually are. Big, scary, dag, nasty. I'm not generally... Ooh, actually, I just noticed where its arms were connected. This has an interesting design to it. It's like you crossbreed, what is it, a Black Hawk with a Marauder. I like the scaling on the cockpit set all the way up here. That's a necessary detail to kind of put everything in perspective. I like this. He's really chugging along, too. It definitely has that Marauder feel with the way the arms... it pays to have more of a similar design like this, because it kind of sells the idea that this style of arm and leg configuration is, unique to the Battletech setting. Or not unique to it, but the kind of thing that engineers in the setting would consider when they were designing any mech. I also really love how it gets across that these are pulse lasers with a little pulse in the energy stream. Nice. Mad Hawk, there you go. Shoulder hips are cool. It doesn't have shoulder hips, though. Very distinctly does not have shoulder hips. It's just horribly deformed otherwise. Nice. Here's a turntable that I hope is roughly correctly centered to show in the storm report of my original kit bash. It became the Emancipator, named by a friend of mine after a poll was put up in the main Battletech Facebook group. This was made from an upper torso of a Cav model, obviously didn't use any lower torso, and MechWarrior Online Marauder arms and legs, attached the legs where the arms on the Cav model were supposed to go, then drilled and installed the arms forward of the torso. Because the parts were all metal, I didn't feel like cutting off the massive peg hanging down from the torso to attach the original pelvis, so I just consider it to be a heavy cylinder of armor protecting the reactor housing. Came together really well in my opinion. I admit this was originally just a bunch of spare parts thrown together to create a custom version of the Cannon Falconer battle mech. It came together so cleanly I decided to make it a thing. Naturally, there is mention of suspected link between the Emancipator and the Falconer in the lore for this machine. It's TRO article. I don't have the music on, I don't think. I'm sorry. There's dramatic music, though, I swear. It actually works pretty well for a kit bash. It looks more intentional than most kit bashes that you will generally see. I can see why this wound up becoming its own. I can't. I've been talking for too long. My voice is falling apart. I'm so sorry. Lovely work on that, though. That skipped every arm day ever, but not a single one of the leg days. Oh, you can hear the music? Oh, I didn't realize that my sound was... I just assumed that it wasn't working. Wow. I should drink more. Mr. BOOZE. Okay, yeah, let's keep going, shall we? And finally, here's the Thunderhead exclusive part. I'll grant you, it's technically just a re-livery of the above art, sorry. But this is the personal mech of a notable pilot character created by Critical Rocket. As a fun addition to Operation Lancaster, this character is known simply as the Headsman, and pilots a customized, lightly client-tech, augmented, and quite dangerous Emancipator known as Guillotine. Quite the gruesome livery, wouldn't you say? Oh, it looks like he just threw people at it. It's disgusting. Like, it's so splattery that you just get the impression that it's blood splattered all over the mech. Note the heads. Yeah, little heads. This is upsetting. There's a head here and head here. I don't like this at all. This pilot makes me very uncomfortable. Kind of a weirdo, man. Oh, as usual though, Plog has such a great sense of scale and dynamism. Plankwalker, you are a bit late. You are a bit late for tonight, but here's the good news, Plankwalker. We're going to be closing up here in just a few minutes, and once I reset the channel, you can get first for Tuesday. Damn right, Stompy Bot. How you doing, Yarbit? That's okay, Plankwalker. We close up around 8:30 Mountain Time, around the same time that we start the Storm Report. But yeah, you'll be able to go ahead and post so that you are in first for next time. Get your mech wash, right, Dabber? Yeah, it just looks looks like it needs a bath. Or a wash. I guess it would be a wash. You don't bathe the car. Okay, here we have from Kursala. I'm just going to go ahead and use all 3 of my entries for this one. Here's the potentially finished version of the Glaive fire support platform. Much smaller than its Falx cousin, the Falx is quite big, but no less dangerous, armed with a 15-tube missile rack with plenty of ammo, and a rapid-fire cannon for close-duty support. Won't last long in an extended engagement, but it definitely packs a wallop for its size. The only thing I think it could use is something on the back of the turret to the left of the ladder, and I'm not sure what. Again, I love the layered sort of armadillo armor design. I love that this is going to be the continuing feature among this line of tanks. It's my favorite thing. Big nasty rack on it there. If all you did was just put a raised box, it doesn't have to be anything, but just a little raised box coming out of here, I think that would take care of it. Because I know the problem you're talking about. You look at a piece and you're like, oh, something needs to go there. Here's my other advice, and this is very real advice. Print one, just as it is right now, and be sure that it needs something there. Because it might not. Modeling programs can be deceptive because you want it physically in front of you and to see the real scale of the model before you make decisions like that. Or you can wind up over-detailing it, honestly. So I would say before you decide it definitely needs something to go here, just print one out and see what it looks like. Event would probably be good. Like, you could add any number of things right here. I'm just saying, print one out and make sure that's what you want to do. Because there's nothing wrong with having the occasional blank space. Overall, I like the design. I really like the asymmetrical offset turret here, too. That's a nice touch. The one thing I might do is swap sides on it so that your main cannon is not on the same side as the LRM, because that just makes me think that this thing is, like, really heavy on one side. There's a lot of mechanisms for one side of the turret when you could have them slightly offset, you know what I mean? It's an idea. Consider it. Lovely, lovely work, though. And more of these models are getting done, and you can find these over at Rainy River, which, of course, you can always find by hitting !Rainy River in chat. Some random model. It's like an old CRT going on here. Did you make this, Pixel Jet? I mean, it's a nice-looking model. What are you going to use it for? This is like the kind that you would have seen in like a computer lab in the early 90s. Yeah, an old Sony CRT. It has features definitely down here that make me think like an oscilloscope, but I don't think it would have the CRT screen if it were one, would it? You'd have more like the round screen for the most part. Like hospitals had in the 90s. Yeah, like a technical monitor. Not like a home monitor, like a professional monitor. Procedural terrain bases? Ooh. Oh ho ho ho. Nicely done. What are you making these with? Are these alpha textures that you're doing? This is some good practice, Pixel Jet. And what program are you working in? This looks like maybe Blender. I'm still learning ZBrush myself. Made in Quixel Mixer. I'm not familiar with that at all. Interesting. Well, nice, effective, smooth-looking work, Pixel Gent. Something really reacted with the paint and dulled the color a ton. Can't decide whether to reprint it and try again or just keep going. Let's have a look. Oh, I see. Well, that's a tough one. You could lean into this. You could lean into this look. The issue that I would have with it, were I you, Pixel Gent, is that if you continue with it, will you be able to replicate the cracked texture just as it is here on future models? And that's the question that would probably get me to start over. Like, I like it, but can you replicate it? And if you can't, I might just call this one a loss, print another one, and give it a new paint job. Because like I said, I like it as an aesthetic, but if you can't replicate it, it kind of becomes meaningless, you know? Yeah, you don't know how it happened. Yeah, it looks cool. Here's a thought. Print more, paint more, bust this one up and turn it into a piece of terrain. Like, make it so that it's, like, crashed, bust some of the legs off, bury it halfway in the dirt, put some bullet holes in it, and turn it into just a piece of scatter terrain that kind of matches the rest of your army. That's a thought. That's a good way to still make use of this model, and continue painting. You know, get something out of it. Get something out of the sunk cost, as it were. Again, if you could replicate it, I would say just continue doing it, because it's actually pretty cool. But yeah, not knowing how it's done is kind of a big problem. It's an interesting model. PixelGen, thank you for sharing that 3D print extravaganza with us today. But that, ladies and gentlemen, will bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report, and, in accordance with the prophecy, the end of tonight's stream. When I went out to get a drink before we started the Storm Report, on the stove was a pan full of bratwurst and mushrooms and onions and peppers that had been fried up, and I just know it's been sitting there waiting to get reheated and turned into dinner, and I cannot tell you how excited I am for that right now. I think this is the last beer that I have in the house. Now it's gone. Which is tragic. I think I have some Maker's Mark though, so I'll be okay. Oh my god. Alright, who is streaming? Who's doing what? It is late on a Sunday. I'm sure somebody is doing something. Let's have a look. Oh, Teal Security's going, Alara Kerensky's playing some Foxhole, Gundam Mechanics going, Shorty Paint Studios is doing some painting, Wombat Combat. Oh, Microtonal Matt, I don't know that he is painting right now. Teal Security or Wombat Combat? Let's see, hang on, let me check out what they're doing. Wombat Combat's doing an art, or a charity stream. Oh, he's painting some Warhammer. He's been going for about 3 hours. What about Teal Security? Teal Security's only been on for an hour. Hang on, let me type something in his chat. There. Type something moronic because I had a fucking a subscription re-up there. Hooray! I'm actively streaming and also participating in his chat. This is fucking meta as hell. I think we're going to raid over to Teal Security because he just got started. That seems like a plan, right? Let's get that started. Raid Teal, get that going. He is working on some pretty adorable looking figures over there. I know a lot of you are probably turning in for the night. If you don't mind doing me a favor, stick around for just a few minutes. Pop over into Teal Security's chat. If you aren't already following him, just check out the stream. See if it's the kind of thing you like. Think about dropping him a follow. He's a great painter. He's a great streamer. He's a great dude. I know you'll like it over there. Thank you guys all for coming out tonight. It has been a fantastic stream. I have really enjoyed myself. We got a lot of work done. We got some quality oil painting done. We got some good builds done on the new Onager that you yourselves helped to name. And thank you so so much for that. Thank you to everybody who participated in the Storm Report. I always love seeing your art. Huge thanks to Justin TSB for that raid towards the beginning of the stream, and thank you to all of our new followers. We are dangerously close. We're 3 followers from 1,600. We're 3 followers from 1,600, which is pretty cool, if I do say so myself. We are going to be back Tuesday the 14th. We'll be painting some Conquest right here on the stream as I continue to try to get my Conquest forces ready for the end of the month. Furion, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Thursday, we're going to be painting as well because we just finished our 3D design. It's going to be Conquest or Warcaster. I'm leaning towards Conquest. I'll announce before that. Next Sunday, we'll be going back to the single figure focus. Huge thank you, as always, to my incredible mod team. I gotta go get something to eat, folks. Say hi in Teal Security's chat. I'll see you next time, and until then, keep on painting.